Alright. Let's get her going. Hello! Welcome to another day of FF14. Today we're going to be doing the Shadowbringers Trial series. And potentially finishing it today? I don't know how long it's going to take. Hello, Normlock. How's it going? But yeah, we'll see how long it takes, because I might be able to actually do it in one day. I don't remember how long the Stormblood Trial series took me. Also, my bitrate is really struggling right now, so that sucks. Nothing I can do about that. Yeah, we do have to do one MSQ quest before we get access to it, but it's just the one. It's the first one in 5.2. But yeah, we'll see how long it takes. In the event that we finish it early, we'll just continue on the MSQ. So, yeah. Let's move over. So I got the wind-up Kefka. I don't know why it looks this way, but it's pretty horrific. I don't like it. Well, I kind of like it, but I don't like it. Anyways. Also, my red mage is level 80, and I started working on the resistance weapon, which means that I have a lot of Heavensward fates to do. So that's fun. Yeah. Anyways, let's see. First of all, I should switch to Reaper. There we go. Where is the next MSQ? It's Mordona. Gotta do that one real fast, and then we'll get into the trial stuff. What the fuck are they talking about in my free company? Yeah, whatever. I'm assuming it's in the Rising Stones, yeah. As usual. Apologies for the late start also. But it was like 10 minutes, so wasn't that late. Alright, Crow. Old enemies, new threats. I assume this will set up the trial series, because Stormblood kind of did. Lance, what a pleasant surprise. If you've come to inquire after the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. Mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We only hope that they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go with you to the first and help. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Who's this? Oh, this guy, Proxima. Or Maxima. Not Proxima. Who's Proxima? What's that from? Proxima Midnight from Marvel. That's who I'm thinking of. I think. Ah, Lance, it has been far too long, my friend. Forgive me, I don't believe we have been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Alden, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict within the Empire. Or with the Empire, not within it. That's above his pay grade. Ah, yes, I've heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but never mind that. You said you have urgent news? Indeed, as you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there that we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Elaborate. Commander Alden has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He's also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well. It was clear to whom he wished I extend this invitation. Yep, that makes sense. Totaro, you know what's up. Go with the man. Also, I just realized this guy has like a much larger ponytail than I thought. I thought he just had like a little man bun back there. But there's actually a lot more happening back there. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone, though I am not as well versed in these affairs of city-states as our comrades. I see no reason to burden a single scion with all this. Ah, yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan quarter with all haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two. This must be weird for Maxima to be like, ah, yes, some of the most important people in all of Eorzea, the heroes of the realm, and it's 3 Lalafell. And he's just like, you're a little short for a stormtrooper. I feel like it's always got to throw somebody off when it's like, oh, here comes the hero, and it's just like me waddling into frame. I think it's kind of impossible to take a Lalafell seriously. That said, though, there's Nanamo and there's, I'm sorry, I joined a fate in Mordona? Huh? Oh, I guess I was just close enough to it. There's Nanamo, who is, like, a monarch, so that's pretty important. And there's fucking, what's his nuts? Pippin. He's, like, now the commander of the Immortal Flames. Since, Alden is halfway retired. I don't know. Got reassigned? I don't know what to call it. Anyways. Also, I was thinking, once I finish with my, allotted 4 hours of FF14, I might play some Monster Hunter Rise on stream. Because I was thinking about it. I haven't done my dailies for FF14 yet. I would have liked to get a little more progress in, but I also kind of want to play Monster Hunter a little bit. But we'll see. I might end up caving and doing my dailies after the stream anyways. Maybe getting some Heavensward Fate progress in for the memories for the Resistance weapon. Commander Alden awaits us in the Royal Palace if you would follow me. I think I would like to do the Fates more in the afternoon, though, because I might be able to find a party to do them quickly with instead of having to do them solo. Yep, there I am, waddling into frame. Oh! Hey, guys! How you doing, buddy?
They're here, Commander.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark.
Boy, you have no idea.
Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury.
Eh, we'll get to that at some point.
I trust you two require no introduction.
Nope.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea.
How you doing? Oh, don't posture. He's our friend now.
Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions.
We also know he worked with Estinian, and Estinian's our
We
boy.
need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
We have the same goal. I don't know why we're mad. He wants to kill Ashians. We want to kill Ashians. What more could you want?
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence.
Oh, don't tell me they're bringing it back.
Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand.
I'm familiar.
Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything
Oh.
but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right.
I see. This is the new problem. Ultima Weapon 2, Electric Boogaloo.
The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
Oh no.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
One, they're building it, not the Allagans, and we beat the Allagan one.
The
I'm
same.
not really concerned
In my
about the one they're making.
foolishness, I sought to harness its power.
Estinian beat it single-handedly.
Became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended.
Correct. I kicked your
The
ass.
weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets. And that should have been the end of it.
And it wasn't.
But unlikely as it sounds, The Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
They rebuilt it, clearly.
Indeed. Few survived. The 7th, as it is now.
Oh, that
has
was
little in common
Darnus's
with the
Legion.
led by Van Darnus, and its leadership
Nail Van
has
Darnus, the
changed
guy from
hands
1.0.
several times since.
Okay,
Precisely
that's
how this
important.
project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose
The White Raven or
auspices
something.
remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea.
Alright. Let me at it.
We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
Alright.
And right glad are we that you did. Though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
Yeah, but I'm here now, so it's not an issue. I can win the
As it
war for
is,
you.
We've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope.
You only need me.
Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them.
They're not in that
But
peril.
the fact remains
That much peril.
that you and you alone have faced the Ultima weapon. And
Like, they're
emerged
stuck,
victorious.
but they're not in
Need
peril. I don't think
And
they're
so,
gonna die in
when
the
the
next,
time
like,
comes,
month.
If your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
So is this the start of the trial series? Is, like, us busting up Imperial prototypes?
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days, but it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all, even if it means begging your aid. The fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
Ignominy. That's a fun word. You don't have to beg, guys. You're a bro.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friends' plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first.
You
I
literally
only
just said
hope
they
you
were
are not
stable.
forced to make a choice.
Okay. That should be... So I imagine, yeah, we're gonna go talk to, like, guys and start the trial stuff. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. Why did that guy salute? Why was she talking to him? Whatever. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon, but with each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the first. Yeah. Here we go. Ruby Doomsday. Okay, yeah, so these are, I've seen the weapons in the shop, the Sundry of Splendors or whatever it's called. So I believe we're going up against, like, the Ruby, Emerald, like, Diamond weapons, like those recurring bosses from the series, which is very cool, so I assume those are the prototypes that the Imperials have made in this particular timeline. Lance, glad you could make it. As you may have heard, Commander Alden has given orders to embark from Alliance headquarters to hold back the advance of the Empire's latest menace. Not that the soldiers stationed there are too chuffed about being on the front line against these new weapons. If they're designed to slay primals, they'd make short work of us mere mortals as well. Mind you, it's Gaius Belsar and his followers who have led the charge so far. By all accounts, they have been giving as good as they get. Unfortunately, their sorties have met with little success. I dare say they'd benefit greatly from your presence on the battlefield. If you're ready, my colleague over at Porta Praetoria will show you the way. Please do. Where is that again? Oh, right. That's back here. Come on. Wait, why are there so many people in South Shroud? Oh, for Palace of the Dead. Makes sense. Oh yeah, also I got enough player commendations to get the gold Magitech armor. That's pretty nifty. Figure I might as well flaunt it. On your way to headquarters, I take it? Yep. Ah, yes, back here. Alright, guys, me and you. Let's do it, buddy. I have a feeling that I have a very different opinion from the canon warrior of light when it comes to guys. So, your mind is set? Indeed. Then I shall apprise you of the situation. We have discovered that the previously abandoned Ultima weapon project is being helmed by the reformed 7th Legion. They have already succeeded in producing several prototypes, one of which was set to be deployed on the Eorzean front. Its name, the Ruby Weapon. Severo and I were able to get within striking distance during one of its test runs and made an attempt to destroy it. An attempt that ended in failure, alas. Based on our knowledge of the original Ultima weapon, the explosives we employed should have been sufficient to blast through its armor plating, but they barely left a mark. We suspect the gifts of its predecessor may have proven the source of its resilience. As you well know, the Ultima weapon was designed to absorb ether from icons, and the Ruby weapon no doubt shares that ability. If any were summoned during the uprisings in Garlemald's occupied territories, and thereafter consumed, our enemy would become all the more formidable. But its near impenetrable armor was only the beginning of our troubles. It fought back with whip-like claws that extended and contracted at will. In face of such opposition, we were forced to withdraw. Gaius was injured, shielding me from the Ruby weapon's assault. Even now, he struggles to stand. Damn it all, if I hadn't been so careless, this wouldn't have happened. You need not concern yourself. Let us not forget that I am the one who initiated the Ultimate Weapon project. If I must give my life to bury this shameful legacy, then so be it. Don't do that. You're fine. If you were to face it as you are now, you'd be cut down before you even hobbled within firing distance. In any case, we can't afford to lose the information in your head, or both the foe we face and the Empire itself. We all know that asking for Lance's assistance presents our best chance at stopping the War Machina. It is true that if anyone were capable of putting down such a monstrosity, it would be him. Damn right. Put some respect on that name. Though I have no right to ask this of you, will you lend us your strength? Hell yeah, man. Let's do it. I kind of do this for Eorzea, but I mostly do it because it's fun. Sign me up, brother. You have my thanks. And mind, though I must impress upon you the urgency of our situation. We have received word that the Empire is preparing to advance on the Gimlet Dark. This is where we will intercept them. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the front line. Of course we're going to intercept them there. Where else are we going to intercept them? If our fears are proven correct, the Ruby weapon will be among their host. Should it break through our lines, there is no telling the devastation it will wreak. Make no mistake, the very survival of Eorzea hangs in the balance. Just like every other time. Once you have steeled yourself for the battle ahead, your escort will lead the way. I hope this compares to the Stormblood trial series, because those were fucking awesome. What price must the world pay for my hubris? Dude, guys, this is awesome. He's getting a character arc, and he was already pretty damn cool. I mean, he was an antagonist, and he talked a lot, but oh boy. A short while earlier, in the Garlean-occupied city of Werlyt's Magitech installation. Ah, that's... well, there it is. Don't even know, man. This questline is absolutely amazing. I've heard tales from Giant Sprout, I think, who said that this was really, really well written. So I'm excited. Commencing Ruby Weapon activation sequence. All units stand by. Are we getting like a Gundam activation sequence? Hell yeah. Oh, it is literally piloted by someone. It's a Gundam. That's awesome. Initiating synthetic R-Sight system. Fusion successful. No signs of incompatibility. Awaiting your signal. You even got like a Evangelion plug suit on. Gutsy female voice. Ruby weapon, codename Darkness, ready for launch. Oh. This is perfect. Oh, it's getting a launch sequence? Oh, be still, my beating heart. It's fucking mecha, man. I love mecha. Let's do it. Oh boy. Valdolin? Sure. Has briefed me on our mission. I am to take you as far as our expected point of contact with the ruby weapon. Once we arrive, the rest is up to you, I'm afraid. Right into it. Cinder Drift. Alright. Let's boogie. There it is. Oof. 15 minutes already, huh? That sucks. Alright. Well, I guess we have stuff to do in the meantime. Actually, I could do the Heavensward Fate farming while I wait. So that works out perfectly. Where's my red mage? There it is. I'm doing the Sea of Clouds first. Because I like that area, so why not? What the fuck was that again? Ah, yeah, there it is. Been a while. Yeah, we'll do the high level ones. I still have to beat Castrum Lacum Latoris in Bosja. But I do have that quest line, so I'm like right there. Also, I don't know if anybody in the chat currently was there for the... What is this? Oh, this is probably for beating one of the 50-60 dungeons. Or was it the... Yeah, it was the Bismarck Extreme, I think. So I was playing Bosja. If you weren't here for the Ace Attorney stream yesterday, I talked about it at the beginning of that, but I ran into someone in Bosja who was just so goddamn entertaining to interact with. Not because they were funny, but because they were so salty that we screwed up a Castrum run in Bosja. And what proceeded after that point was some of the, like... It was like Xbox 360 levels of trolling, like that era. And it made me so happy to do it again. Basically, like, we did a Castrum run, and, like, the entire party was super new. And so we kept wiping the mechanics and stuff, and nobody really knew what they were doing. As well as, like, some people who were just, like, bad players, like healers who, like, weren't healing or rezzing people. But yeah, we get to like the final boss and we end up like not being able to do it. Like we end up wiping. And this fucking guy, he like singles out this one person who went AFK during the run, and he was like, "You're the reason we failed this Castrum run. People who have kids shouldn't be allowed to play FF14." Gotta fish for this free cures, man. Yeah, exactly. He literally said like people who have kids shouldn't be allowed to play FF14. And people were like, "What the fuck, dude? Like, what's your problem?" And he's like, no one should go, like, if you're gonna, like, maybe go AFK for any reason during a duty in FF14, just don't queue up for it. And it was like, oh, okay, Jesus, man. And so, like, people are obviously, like, making fun of this guy in the chat of, like, fucking relax, dude. It's one Castrum run. And then we got, like, over the course of, like, I think, like, 15 minutes this occurred over, this guy admitted that, like, he owns a store, apparently. And he straight up said he cares more about his store than other people's kids. Which was like, what a bizarre thing to admit to on the internet. And then he all but admitted to being an incel, where near the end of the argument where he was clearly losing. And you could tell he was mad too, because every time he would type out a sentence, he'd end it with like a laugh emoji. And you know that if someone's ending all of the sentences with laugh emojis, they are seething at their keyboard. But anyways, this guy, like, near the end of the the argument, wasn't really an argument, it was more of a conversation. This guy was like, yeah, imagine white knighting for a woman online. Like, unprompted. Like, the one person who went AFK, we didn't even know if they were a woman. We just knew that that person had kids. Could have been, like, a dad. But this guy automatically assumed that it was a woman, and then made fun of everyone else for defending a woman online. And I was like, holy shit. This is amazing. Like, that's all but admitting you're an incel, in my opinion. It was bananas to see. I couldn't believe it. And after that guy left, me and another person were like fucking around, making fun of that guy still. And from this point on, I'm calling Castrum Lacum Latoris Castle Virgin. Because that guy, like, in the process of making fun of that guy, was like, yeah, no sex havers allowed in CLL. Virgins only. I was like, oh my god. Yes. You're absolutely right. CLL is for virgins only. It was so good. It made me so happy. And it was like 10 minutes before the Ace Attorney stream, so I got into the voice chat with Bartholomew, and I was like, I have a story to tell when we start this stream, and he was like, oh, okay. But it was so good. It really was like the ages of like Xbox 360, like Xbox Messenger chat over like Halo and COD and shit. Of just like people who were just like absolute morons trying to be big people on the internet and getting absolutely furious that other people are messing up their online game. Oh, that reduces my or that gets rid of my gauge. I should have guessed that. Ah, damn it. I have to run away. There we go. Alright, let's do it. But yeah, it's Castle Virgin for me from now on. So if you ever hear me say Castle Virgin, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, let's see what we got. I'm fighting a legit shit Gundam pilot. Fuck yes. Mark III Anti-Icon War Machina, the Ruby Weapon. Enemy detected. Commencing attack. God, this makes me want to watch Gundam again. Ooh. This track is a remix of something. I don't recognize it, though. I know I've heard it before. Oops, not to my 3 company. I like the song, though. Combat data subject Darnus? Optimized Ultima. Okay, ray damage. Easy enough. Is this a remix of the song that was playing when we fought Ultima? Not the second fight, but the first fight with Ultima. Oh, okay. Interesting, okay. That's a neat mechanic. Oh, it's definitely based on the Ultima song. I recognize that motif. This is from the second fight. Flexiclaw. Oh, both of the healers are dead. Well. I guess we just survive as long as we can. Yo, this song is wild. Oh, I'm tanking now. Okay. I might as well do this for fun. Whee! Eat me! I'm not afraid! Such speed, but I'm still in control. Yeah, it's the fast one because it's red. I know how this works. I watched Gundam. Or one of the Gundams. I can't say I've watched all of Gundam. That's like 45 different shows. I do want to watch more Gundam though, because I really like Gundam, and I haven't really been able to engage with Gundam recently. I want to build fucking Gunpla on stream. I really want to do that. I wasted a Soul Reaver stack. I forgot what ability I used and what it did. I used Guillotine, or fucking not Guillotine, Gluttony. But yeah, it's always been something I want to do on stream, is build Gunpla. I just don't have like a good setup for it. Like, I only have one webcam, so you wouldn't be able to see my face while I do it, which is not the worst thing in the world, but I would prefer if I had two. I don't know. Maybe one day, one of these days, I'll like trial it, do a Gunpla stream, and see how it performs. Also, like, my webcam's not super good, so, like, it would have to be really zoomed in for you to see anything. I missed my, activation timing for impressive time. Okay, so like center-ish of here. Yeah, we're good. Alright, alright. Fairly straightforward. Nope. Oh boy. There. Keep running this way. Yeah, okay, we're fine. One of the healers got schwacked, and one of the tanks is at 4 vulnerability stacks. Great. It's fine, it's not a big deal. Alright, we're about 30%. Uh-oh. Oh, alright. Cool, not cool, less cool. Alright. Optimize Ultima. Again. Alright, where are we going? We're good. Nope. Not go to the cracks that time. I'm assuming don't be on that side of the field. Yeah. Straightforward enough. I've already been live for 45 minutes. Jesus. Went fast. Claw. Forward, okay. Helio Claw. Ah, that's the one, okay. This is the one where you gotta pay attention. Ooh, right on the edge. Woo! We're fine. 5%, almost done. Yeah, I'll pop. I'm gonna break here. Oh, we're not that done. This is a cutscene. This can't be. The ruby weapon is unstoppable. I'm sorry, everyone. This is the end for me. Activating Oversoul. Uh-oh. Super mode. Increasing pilot override rate to 100%. Commence force shutdown and system restart. Oh boy. Yep. Super mode time. Set of core site switching to oversoul mode. Loading data sample. Darna's combat data ready. Initiating organic core overwrite. Oh, gross. What is this? No! Get out of my mind! Stop. No. I'm not Nail. I am... Oh, God. Well, this went in a different direction than I was expecting. I am Nail Van Darnus. Come to purify this forsaken land. Huh. Cool. I gotta say I didn't see this one coming. Also, was Nail Van Darnus a woman? I never actually heard them speak. So I don't actually know what gender they were. Oh, Or is this just a woman who believes, has been made to believe she is Nail Van Darnus? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Ouchie. Dalamud is reborn. Oh, that's bad. Also, I love this opera music in the background. Boy, this keeps happening, huh? At least I've got targets for my crest of time. 5? What? Huh? Moon? Moon? Dalamud? Dalamud? Whoa! Whoa! Alright, we're fine, we're fine. I didn't know where it was falling. I gotta look over there next time so I can see it. First assuring the crows they appeared as a woman, but it's almost implied that they weren't always a woman and became one through unknown circumstances. You're doing wicked crawl for a sec. Alright, let me know what you find. Because I'm curious. Because, that would be kind of cool if they did turn into a woman somehow. I don't know where to go. I'm gonna go here. Square Enix says, trans rights. Oh boy. I saw that at the last second. I was like, what are these rocks doing here? That's weird. Alright, we're fine. We're back. I don't know what that is. I don't know what to do. Oh, comet. Kill this. Oh, there's Dalamud. Oh, there it is. Boy, that's a big boy. Oh, that's rad, though. Fucking Majora's Mask. Where's the 4 giants when you need them? As in Eldarnus, it's actually Yul Eldarnus, his younger sister, who pulled a Ida. Ah, okay. Gotcha. I feel like pulling an Ida in this particular circumstance is a little more difficult considering the 2 genders involved. But maybe no one else wanted to say anything. Ooh, Monk LB3. Hell yeah. Nice. I got a vulnerability stack somewhere. When that happened. We got there. Cool. That was a rad fight. Like, I love Dalamud falling in the background. That was really cool. And she's gone. Dope. I'll give the commendation to the Gunbreaker. Why not? Alright. Had some fun cinematics to it. Power may have been bulky enough to hide distinguishing features, and they also tend to distort voice. True. Was there ever any voice acting for, Nail? Although there is, like, what was her nuts from, Castor Meridianum? She was pretty clearly female. So I feel like they can't be that, gender concealing. But maybe it was just her, who knows. Even from afar, your figure was unmistakable, but if you could see me, I'm not exactly big. As ever, an impressive display. Not sure, apparently most of those reveals were done in 1.0. Okay. Though, as I am sure you will concur, the ultimate weapon pales in comparison to this new monstrosity. If their research is allowed to continue, the next model will be nigh unstoppable. With that in mind, the Alliance has enlisted the help of... Wait, I hear something. And you are? Hello? Aura woman? Here to sift through what remains of the ruby weapon, are you? Hello, other Aura people. Allie, what do you think you're doing? Allie? Father, what? It has been too long, Alphonse, and you too, Rex. Huh? Given that the Empire is proceeding with the weapon project and making inroads into Eorzea, I suppose it was only a matter of time until our paths crossed. It's wonderful to see you again, Father, although I can't say I think much of the company you've been keeping. You have a bunch of all-Ra kids? I didn't even know you could, like, crossbreed like that. Good for you. I know a lot's happened, but I'm just glad you're all right. And now, you can come back to Garlemald with us. Oh, boy. My days serving the Empire are over. Because you're suspected of assassinating Emperor Varus? No. Happened before that, actually. But we know you'd never do a thing like that. There must be a way to prove your innocence. And everything can go back to the way it was. Ow. Of all the times. Dude, was Gaius a bard and we didn't know it? Wait, how many fucking kids does this guy have? Don't tell me these are his adopted kids. So we found you two shivering on the road. Yep, okay, never mind. These are adopted. All right. That makes more sense. Well, I guess Aura and Hyur interbreeding wouldn't be that weird. They're mostly humanoid. It's like humanoid and almost humanoid. So. But anyways. So we found you two shivering on the roadside when he was going through Werlyt. Lucky for you, eh? He found all of these Aura kids? Is Werlyt populated totally by Aura? If he hadn't, we'd probably be dead by now. As for us three, our parents all died in the epidemic. We'd still be begging on street corners if it weren't for him. I just wish there was a way we could repay Lord Gaius for all the kindness he's shown us. He fights for the Empire, so we should too. That'll make him proud of us. You're saying we should join the army? I don't think that's such a good idea. Everyone in Werlyt was scared of the Garleans. Why would we want to be like them? Lord Gaius is different. I know he is. You're right. He always says that the strong should lead the weak. Maybe that's why he took us in. Bro, Gaius is a fucking Chad. Like, I knew he was a Chad, but he's like a Giga Chad. Alright, if becoming a soldier is what it takes, I'll do it. Who's with me? Count me in, and maybe one day people will look up to us like we do Lord Gaius. Don't tell me one of his kids was in the ruby weapon. And it's settled. From now on, we're all brothers and sisters, fighting for the same cause. Brothers and sisters, then that would make Lord Gaius our father? Well, if he doesn't mind us calling him that, I suppose so. And that makes you our big brother, since you're the oldest. You better not be nice to us, or I'm telling father. Haha. Huh. Gaius, you sly dog. You were actually a good guy this whole time. Maybe you want to tell them that the Empire is being controlled, or was being controlled by an Ashian? Father, since you went away, a lot has changed in the Empire. For us, too. Also, I like their outfit. Very cool. If we'd known that you were still out there, still alive, none of this would have happened. What do you mean? The truth is... I have a feeling one of his kids was in the ruby weapon. We never did see their face. If you must go, I will not stop you, but answer me this. Who was piloting the ruby weapon? We all know that Nailvine Darnus has not returned from the dead. Who do you think? It was Melisandre. Yep. No, no, I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe you would let that happen. She was a sister to you, to all of you. We only want to finish what you started. And while we will never forget all you've done for us, the next time we meet, it shall be as enemies. Goodbye, Father. Fucking, like, now's the time. Hey, the Empire is being controlled by the Ashen. It's all just an Ashen plot. Look at all these masks I have. Please come back. As for you, the hero of Eorzea, you'll pay for what you did to Melisandre. I swear it. Cool. Well, this is depressing. You're not gonna hold me killing one of your kids against you, or against me, will you? That would be, pretty unfortunate. How you doing, buddy? Not great. Oh, hey, Sid. Here to come cheer up Gaius? Boy, it's complicated. Well, well, Gaius Van Belsar, we meet again. Come to see how your precious weapon project has been proceeding in your absence, have you? God, Gaius is tall. You are come to collect data on the ruby weapon, correct? The pilot, Melisandre, should still be inside the cockpit. I will ask... Valdoilin? Valdoilin, sure. To escort you to the wreckage. Any idea who this Melisandre is? An Imperial crony of his, perhaps? Ooh. One of the orphans. Gaius always did have an eye for talent and a mind to nurture it. In fact, Livius S. Junius was another protege of his. He even took me under his wing when my father became obsessed with the Meteor Project. It's strange that I felt closer to Gaius than my own flesh and blood. Then, my father and countless others lost their lives in the Bosja incident. Although he was acting under Emperor Solus's orders, he masterminded the whole thing. I'd begged him to reconsider, to put an end to this madness, but my words fell on deaf ears. It's when I turned to Gaius for support, but he was as much a pawn of the Empire as my father, and refused to intervene. And when my turn came to serve, I defected and fled to Eorzea. I blamed Gaius as much as any of them, perhaps even more, for the barbaric acts carried out in the name of conquest. But when we met at the Praetorium, all the hatred that had been festering inside me seemed to fade away, and I remembered the man I once respected. To think the dreaded Black Wolf was a mere plaything of the Ashians, who left him broken and disgraced, having sent thousands of his men to early graves. It's more than most could bear, and now the lives of the children he raised hang in the balance. Any personal grievances I have with Gaius can wait. I'd best gather what information I can on the ruby weapon, but I'll be back as soon as possible. Can we go, like, collect Melisandre's corpse? Or are we just gonna let that fester? If Sid is as I remember him, he will not take long to finish for him to finish investigating the ruins of the ruby weapon. He was never one to waste time. My engineers are still in the field, but there's something I thought you should know right away. It's about the pilot. I'm not sure how to tell you this, but if Melisandre is dead, I only hope she was not made to suffer. Ooh, boy. Death would have been a kindness. In all my years, I've never seen such a perversion of science and nature. Her body was fused with the ruby weapon's core. Those last moments must have been spent in pure agony as her very life's essence was drained from her. So she was sacrificed to power that infernal machine. Wow, that sucks. We must act quickly if we are to prevent the Empire from committing further atrocities. Lance, is there any other information we can share with us regarding the ruby weapon prior to its deactivation? Alvan Darnus. Did the Legatus mean that much to Melisandre? From what I gather, it sounds as if data based on Nell's combat capabilities was used to override the pilot's consciousness after she was fused with the core. If this technology is perfected and the Empire begins implanting the memories of renowned warriors such as the White Raven into which soldiers, the Alliance won't stand a chance. Is such a thing even possible? Yeah, a bit more tact. Yeah, guys, your kid died in agony. He's got to be honest, unfortunately. That's more or less how soul crystals work, yeah. Yes, it seems that such crystals are in common use throughout Eorzea, an ancient but effective means of passing on knowledge from one generation to the next. While it may bear some similarities, we won't know for certain until we've analyzed the wreckage of the ruby weapon. It cannot be denied that combining combat data from an experienced soldier with the powers of an icon has yielded remarkable results, but in doing so, the Empire has sunk to the very depths of depravity. This is beyond forgiveness. For once, I agree with you. Yet one question remains unanswered. How were they able to obtain data on someone who was supposedly killed prior to the calamity? I didn't think about that one. That's what I'm trying to determine. There is one possibility I'd like to explore, but I'll need to carry out a more thorough investigation first. Severo will provide support while you are in the field. Not only is she extremely well versed in the latest Garlean technology, there are a few soldiers I would rather have watching my back. In the meantime, Valdalin and I will follow the ruby weapon's tracks back to its point of origin. We'll learn what we can of the weapon project and the manner in which Alphonse and the others are involved. Should we uncover anything of value, we'll relay it to the troops stationed here. For now, I suggest you use this lull in Garlean activity to recuperate. Let me just check my maximum HP, and I'm good to go. Excuse me. Would I be correct in guessing that this belated reunion with those darling orphans of yours has stirred up memories of your time in Garlemald? Perhaps. Remember our agreement, Gaius. If you so much as think of returning to your Imperial masters, I will kill you. Fair? The guy was kind of the head of a legion. You kind of have to have that sort of contingency in place. In case the guy decides to go back and get his old job back. So you put down the ruby weapon. Gods, I wish I could have seen it, not from too close, mind. It was pretty horrific at the end. I suppose I should report news of your victory to the higher-ups. I realize you must have been through quite the ordeal, but could you give me a quick summary of the battle? I can, actually. It was wild. You make it sound so easy from the way you tell it, and anyone would think you slay hulking brutes like that for a living. Smile. I'll put all of this into a report and leave a copy over there should you fancy a bit of light reading. Anyway, I expect you've got more pressing matters to take care of, like going for a celebratory pint. If the Guardians pluck up the courage to come knocking again, we'll let you know. Until then, rest up. Does that just automatically unlock the extreme? Nope. Cutscene. Meanwhile, in the Werlyt Magitech installation... We should have told him the truth. He'd be able to help us. I know he would. That's exactly the problem, Ali. If he knew the true nature of the weapon project, he'd find some way to interfere. We've come too far to back down now. I won't let Melisandre's death be in vain. Let me guess. This guy is going to pilot the Sapphire weapon? Is there a Sapphire weapon, actually? Maybe not. Even if that means going against Father's wishes. Oh, maybe he pilots the Diamond weapon. Oh, but this guy has white hair. So this guy's the Diamond weapon. The green hair guy is the Emerald weapon. Is there a Sapphire weapon? We'll find out. Even if that means going against Father's wishes. Cheer up, Alphonse. We can all go back to being one big happy family after we've dealt with those pesky Eorzeans. It'll be just like old times. If only it were that simple. There's no guarantee any of us will make it back alive. Excuse me, I think you're forgetting whose turn is next. Oh, ye of little faith. With me at the helm of the Sapphire... Okay, yep, that answers that question. With me at the helm of the Sapphire weapon, it'll be over before you know it. I see we're working under Power Rangers rules. Whatever happens, Rex, I promise you'll come back to us. I couldn't bear to lose you too. I'm gonna kill this man. I'm gonna kill all three of these people. And possibly the girl as well. Boy, that's depressing. But it is Shadowbringers. Okay, I'm assuming that's the, extremes over there. Oh, I get a gift for this. Nifty. Sleep now in Sapphire. Lance, I'm afraid we haven't much in the way of information to share from the front line. We have, however, received word that Gaius wishes to speak with you at Alliance headquarters. I've arranged an escort to take you to the headquarters, so when you're ready to... Yep. I'm familiar with this song and dance. Alright. Ready to head out? Uh-huh. Severa. What news do you have for me? Good, you're here. The Ironworks have completed their analysis of the ruby weapon, and Sid Garland's wishes to share his findings. I take it you can spare a few moments? That's why I'm here. Very good. Please wait here while I inform him of your arrival. Glad you can make it, Lance. I'm sure you're as anxious as anyone to hear what we've uncovered. Our early hypotheses were proven correct. The Garleans have designed a system whereby a pilot's consciousness can be forcibly supplanted with data based on the memories and experience of another. So even a rank amateur could obtain the combat capabilities of a seasoned warrior. Precisely, and we learned how this was made possible when we opened the cockpit. The monitors were still operational, and among the messages displayed, one particular phrase caught my attention. Synthetic Aurosite system. Which is what exactly? Well, the core of the Ultima weapon was referred to as the Heart of Sabik by the Ashians. We believe it to have been a type of Aurosite. Oh, I was always wondering about the Heart of Sabik. I can't say much for the synthetics sort at this stage, but I've encountered real Aurosite before. It was extremely potent, perhaps equal in power to the Heart of Sabik. It's unclear whether the Garlean simulacrum possesses the same properties as a genuine Aurosite, or as genuine Aurosite, but I intend to follow this avenue of inquiry to see where it leads. What we do know is that it was used to implant the combat data of Nail Van Darnus into the pilot, who has been presumed dead since before the Calamity. Are you any closer to discovering how they were able to retrieve this data? The link didn't occur to Gaius at first, but he later told me of devices fitted to the Magitech armor of the Empire's higher-ranking officers. There's reason to believe that they were designed to emulate the soul crystals used throughout Eorzea. Yes, that was rumored to be its true purpose, but it was never publicly acknowledged. Perhaps those in the upper echelons of command wanted to avoid comparisons to the so-called savages they were meant to be conquering. There is also the question of whether this system ever even functions as intended. What does that mean? From what we've seen, we can assume that they were successful in gathering combat data of those wearing armor equipped with this with the device. If the comparison with soul crystals is valid, perhaps the data was transferred via ether. However, it seems that it extracted not only the memories relating to combat, but the soldier's very essence. As you saw, the pilot succumbed entirely to the will of Van Darnus. Though this is merely supposition, it is possible that that being fused with the ruby weapon's core accelerated the process and caused the deceased Legatus to manifest in corporeal form. Could it be that the death of the pilot was caused by the system malfunctioning? It's hard to say. I mean, I did beat the shit out of it, so that might have had something to do with it. The ruby weapon itself was still largely intact when it deactivated, which strongly implies that it was synthetic Aurosite running amok that killed her, rather than the damage incurred during the battle. I mainly inflict emotional wounds, but even after our analysis, I'm afraid we still don't have enough information. For now, perhaps, we should consult with Gaius as to our next plan of action. Okay. Valdalin has come bearing vital information. I traced the ruby weapon's path back to the occupied territory of Werlyt, which appears to be where it was built. My grasp of geography is surprisingly poor. Care to enlighten me? I have never even heard of it before today. While Alamigo is placed on the western edge of Gimlet, Werlyt lies on the opposite side to the east. It was once a proud and prosperous city until it was brought to its knees by the Imperial invaders. You seem rather well informed. Perhaps I should have taken you with me. I thought that much was common knowledge. It is also where Alphonse and the others were born, and now the weapon project has brought them home. Yes, the place is now rife with Imperials. They have established an airship supply depot in the coastal town of Turncliffe. According to the locals, something resembling one of the weapons was transported there a few days ago. This bodes ill indeed. Were it possible, I would attempt to capture Alphonse and his followers before they can launch an offensive. However, the distance between here and Turncliffe presents a considerable obstacle, and in all likelihood, their weapon will be ready long before we arrive. Approaching by sea would allow us to save time by circumventing their ground-based troops, provided we were able to secure a vessel. Oh, let me just go talk to Mayor Wibb. I'm in tight with her. I'm a lieutenant, I think. Captain? Lieutenant? I don't remember. Or you could use the Enterprise and take the most direct route of all, as the crow flies. In fact, this is the perfect chance to put my top-secret plan into action. And might I ask what that entails? Wouldn't be much of a secret if I told you now, would it? What I can say is that there's a starring role planned for you, Lance. Oh, as always. Why so surprised? You didn't think I'd let you get off that easily, did you? It'll be here soon, so don't go anywhere. Did you build a stealth drive for the Enterprise? Ooh, instance. I see Sid still delights in keeping others in suspense. I can only hope he does not make us wait over long. What on earth have you done? What the hell is this? Sid, did you build me a mech? Oh, wait. Is that like some sort of robot wolf? Oh no, he built me a Gundam. Oh, he straight up built me a Gundam. Oh, Sid. Oh, I am so hard. I am more erect than I've ever been in my life. Oh, that thing looks fucking rad, too. Here it is, Lance. Did the writer of this particular questline watch a lot of Eva and Gundam before they did so? Because I'm seeing a lot of similarities, and I love it. I present Garland Ironworks' adaptation of the Ultima Warrior, the G-Warrior. You tell me this is a mount, or something, that I can actually have in-game. I know elegant design when I see it, excavated from one of their ruins, no doubt. Azizla, to be precise. We came across it during the course of our investigations and decided it would be a shame to let it go to waste. Hello, Raisu Naisu. You came at a great time. I've just received a mech. I have a mobile suit. And you will be taking this refitted relic to face the enemy head-on. Yes, perhaps my knowledge of the Ultima weapon will be of use. I'm counting on it as it happens. But first we'll need to perform a test run in the simulator before throwing you into battle. Come, we haven't much time. Sid, you're my new favorite person. Who's Sid and Gaius? Gaius is like a dad to Sid. That'd be weird, but not out of the realm of possibility for the internet. This is so fucking rad. Oh my god. Oh! Oh! Fuck! This is so cool. Oh, this is so rad. Has Square Enix made like a mech game at any point? They did, didn't they? They made like a... Oh no, that was FromSoft that I'm thinking of. Okay, what do we have here? Aether Cannon... Final Flourish combo. Oh my god. I have a Beam Saber too. Like, this is so cool. Ultima Buster. Ether Mine. Auto Restoration. Okay, so this is a gap closer. Oh no, that's a ranged attack. Okay. Gotcha. Alright. Oh my god, I have a Kamehameha. It's fucking wild. I love it. Reduces damage taken by 50%. EP is drained while in use. Can't even use that. Pyretic Booster. Health is drained while in use. Okay. So I've got some super modes. It's pretty rad. These have cast timers. This is so sick. This is my AoE, and this is basically like a damage debuff. I love this design too. It's a really cool design. It's a good blend of like organic as well as hard surface, and I like it a lot. Oh, is he telling me about my super mode? Try activating the Pyretic Booster. That's this one. Movement speed is much improved. Oh, it's Trans Am. It's Trans Am. This is cool. Oh yeah, I have that. Give me a regen. No. Oh, it restores EP as well. Okay, I gotta use that as often as possible. Oh, lost a sneeze. Tragic. Alright, let's try it. Oh, I attack faster too. This is fairly in-depth. They hit all the tropes of mecha that I love. In like one fell swoop of having a super mode and a beam saber. So cool. Isn't there a game on Steam that's like in early access that's like all about building mechs? And it's super detailed. I think I picked it up at one point and then I ended up refunding it because it was not quite at the point where I wanted it to be. Like, I wanted it to be a little bit more finished and it wasn't. But I'm keeping an eye on it. I forget what it's called though. Okay, so this is just a defensive mode. I did also buy a project. What the hell was it called? I can't look it up. I don't have Steam open. It's like, oh, Daemon Ex Machina. That's what it was called. It was a Switch game. That game was not as good as I hoped it would be, which was unfortunate. I was expecting a lot more out of the game and it ended up being kind of disappointing. But I think that was a lot of people's responses to the game. I'm still waiting for another Gundam Breaker game. Demon X Machina is a pretty solid mech game unless you build the mech. Story is kind of all over the place though. Yeah, the story's pretty trash in Demon X Machina. As well as the customization in Demon X Machina was kind of disappointing. And the gameplay was fairly simplistic. Like I said, I expected a lot more. Compared to something like Gundam Breaker 3, which is like my current standard for mecha games. Which has like a ton of really nice customizability, but it's also user-friendly. Because the, fuck, I'm gonna look it up. Let me quickly open up Edge. Because it's a game in early access, and it's been in early access for quite a while. Oh, there's a Patreon for Inside Games now. That's nice. I would love to contribute to that, but unfortunately I'm slightly broke. Steam mecha game. I feel like it had mass in the title. Not Earth Defense Force 5. Although honestly the mecha in that was actually pretty cool. What the fuck is it called? Mecha game early access. Mass Builder, that's what it was called. Yeah, some of the most like in-depth customize options for a mech game I've ever seen, but it's also like way too complicated. Like it could be pared down significantly. But I'm keeping an eye on it because I'm pretty interested in it. I might pick it up again at some point because you can make some pretty wild stuff with it. It's got a ton of customizability. So if you're willing to put the time in, it's pretty nuts. Yeah, but the problem is that there's an RNG grind for unlocking parts, and right now it's not fun. I remember that was why I ended up refunding it. But I am keeping an eye on it at the point, because they're still at the point where they could rework that. And, because that's one of the major detractors of it for sure. Alright. Let us head to Turncliffe. Oh my god. This is so mecha. This is like Pacific Rim, isn't it? It seems they were expecting us, but who was the pilot? Or are we fighting Sapphire Weapon with the G weapon? Or the G, whatever the fuck it was called? G Soldier? G something? Lance, we're almost there. You better have your wits about you. So that's not going to be a trial? Okay. Just give me an instance. Love it. G-Warrior, do the thing. I'm going to go with Initiate Combat Mode. I've been waiting for this my entire life. I love that it has the Gundam control scheme of the two joysticks where everything is just pushed forward on the joysticks and the Gundam just does things. I love it. Now get ready to strike. G-Warrior, engage. Sick. That sounds awfully familiar. Have I ever mentioned on stream the, like, VR mech game that I'm slowly making a design doc for. That's straight up from Gundam. That's a Gundam ripoff. That pose that he just did, that's a Gundam ripoff. I think that's from Gundam Seed. Actually, I think it's in a lot of different Gundams, to be fair. I can't afford to lose. It's all or nothing. Activating Oversoul. Ah, Christ. Right off the bat. Hydra's combat sample ready. Initiating organic core override. Oh, Hydra's. You remember that guy? No, I can't. Hold on. That was the guy from the, from Ozzy's Law in Heavensward. The, Boring Triad Trials. I will be monitoring the situation from the air. I'll follow my instructions and eliminate the target. Yeah, you can see his helmet in the design of Sapphire Weapon. Sweet. That's all I can see. Alright, let's do it. I'm gonna start with super mode. Ooh. Ability up. I wish I could zoom out a little bit more. That's fine. Because I can't really see the Sapphire Weapon that well. The fact that I literally have straight up Trans Am from Double O is awesome. Oh, that's an AoE that I'm in. Yep. I couldn't see it on the water's surface. What was happening there? That Ultima? Use the Ethereal Aegis. Oop. Alright. Ooh. So if he casts optimized Ultima, watch out. Okay, auto restoration is a big chunk, so if we can survive that in between. Well, wait, where do I go? I'm gonna do this. Okay, it's the center that you want to be. Gotcha. Oh, okay. Is the gift that I get after this like some sort of a piece of furniture for the G Warrior? Like a little model that you can put up in your wherever? Oop. This is a perfect opportunity for this. I'm gonna miss some of them in the back. Oh no, I got them all. Way out of here. Woo. Fine. I want to get some more EP back before I use Pyretic Booster. Activate? Activate what? Whoop. Alright, center it is. It's a good thing I did that. I don't think I made it up. I did not. I realized too late what was happening. Oh yeah, I forgot to use this. Nope. That's... Get that vulnerability stack. Very important. There, we're good. Turn that off. Ah, shit again. Yep, alright, alright. dealt with. Swift breach. Nice. Oh, don't go center, I guess. Yep. That's right. I like that I can activate both the super mode and the barrier at the same time. That is handy. All of these going to be to the center. Yep. Press the wrong button. That's fine. God, I love Trans Am. It's so rad looking. It's literally just the machine goes red or glows red and leaves after images, but it's sick as hell. Oh, what the hell? Oh, is this a DPS check? Kind of seems like it. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, I'm gonna do this now. I know, I'm doing it. Alright, there we go. Actually, kind of. Oh no, I got them all. Alright, there's 100% of DPS check, so we just gotta bust them up here. There's more turrets back there, that's fine. Almost done. We got there. Sapphire weapon down. Cool. That was pretty nifty. I wish the G Warrior was a mount. That'd be so cool. The target has been silenced. Understood. Just indulge me here, I'm doing a bit of roleplay. Now that the immediate threat has been dealt with, we should gather what information we can in Turncliffe. Cool. Oh, is this actually Turncliffe? It is. Oh. Ito. You did well to pilot the G-Warrior so adeptly in so short a time. I have some experience with mechs. And with the weapon largely intact, Sid and his researchers should be able to gather a wealth of valuable information. Before it is dismantled, perhaps we should take one last look upon our fallen foe. That sounds dangerous. I feel like something bad's going to happen. It's gonna fucking self-destruct or something. Oh. Alright. I like the design of Sapphire weapon too. All of the designs have been really cool. We should have known Father and his friends would track us down sooner or later. Now they're at our doorstep and the Sapphire weapon still isn't ready. Even so, it should be able to fend them off, or at least buy us some time. Not quite how I'd imagined it, but this seems as good a way to die as any. Rek'Sai. Recon? Why are you still here? You're supposed to be moving the other weapon to a safe location. Frickin' Recon? You can take care of that while I pilot the Sapphire weapon. Oh! Okay. What are you talking about? I'm the pilot, not you. There's no need to put your life on the line. Besides, it's still incomplete. I can barely perform basic maneuvers, so it'll be practically useless in a real fight. We have a solution. Oversoul. That's why we didn't see their face. You want to end up like Melisandre? No, of course not. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. I dig their pilot suits. Very cool looking. But she didn't give her life in vain. The ruby weapon left behind data that's been used to improve the system, to prevent any further malfunctions. What difference does that make? Once Oversoul is activated and the pilot fuses with the core, there's no way back. That's why I should be the one to pilot the Sapphire weapon, not you, Rex. Alphonse needs you. You and I both know I'm the least qualified pilot we have. There's less to lose if I don't make it back. No, I won't let you. Please, Rex, hear me out. Ever since we were children, I was the smallest, the weakest, too afraid to stand up for myself. But I had the best brothers and sisters a boy could wish for. You were always there for me, protected me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Take the other weapons and get out of here. See this through to the end. Do it for me, for Melisandre. I'm counting on you, Rex. I'm gonna double check. Melisandre. Okay, yeah. Make sure I'm not reading that wrong. You always did have a stubborn streak. Alright, Recon, I won't let you down. Just promise me you'll wait for me on the other side. We'll meet again, brother. You all made me happier than I had any right to be. And now, I have finally found my purpose. I have no regrets. Come on, Sapphire. We may be far from perfect, but we have a job to do. Let's give Father something to remember us by. This is almost making me want to watch Gundam Seed again. Not because Gundam Seed is good. In fact, it's terrible. But I only made it up to episode 9, and it was the thing that got me into Gundam, so I feel like I'm obligated to finish it. The Echo, I presume. What does it reveal to you? Recon, my poor boy. You were braver than most could ever hope to be. Ah, Sid, come to remind us that another one of Gaius's kids died in agony? It's as we feared, Gaius. I'm sorry, Gaius. First Melisandre, now Recon. We must find the remaining weapons and end this madness. Boy, this questline is not nice to Gaius, huh? It's just the tragedy circus for this poor man. Tell me, what do you make of Gaius Belsar? I understand the two of you have been acquainted since his days as the Black Wolf. He claims to have shed his pelt when he took up the hunt for Ashians, but he's still the same man deep down. He certainly kept quiet about having a flock of foster children back in the Empire, though. It seems he would rather bare his teeth to his former masters than allow harm to come to them. Yet try as I might, I cannot make sense of it. Does he truly fight for the good of mankind, as he would have us all believe, or is he merely biding his time before he reveals his true colors? Whatever the answer may be, in the end he will always be a Garlean. And though there may be honorable men and women among them, I have suffered much and more as a result of their conquests, barbaric campaigns in which Gaius Belsar played no small part. My first encounter with the Garleans was 20 years ago. Why are you telling me your life story out of literally nowhere? My first encounter with the Garleans was 20 years ago, shortly after the fall of Alamigo. They continued their march into the lands that had long been home to we Duskwights. We sought to repel the invaders, but we were woefully unprepared. Our bows and arrows were no match for their magitech, and even our most powerful magics did little to slow their advance. I fought on the front line, but I was knocked unconscious in the opening exchange. When I came to, I was alone, and the rest of my unit slaughtered. I hurried back to my village to look for my wife and daughter, only to find the place deserted. My search lasted for days, then weeks, then months, and it seemed they had disappeared without a trace. I finally learned from two Imperials held at Bittermill that the villagers had been captured and used as test subjects for the poison gas that would later be known as Black Rose. Whew, they were never seen again. For 20 long years I roamed aimlessly with nothing but hatred to keep me alive. I eventually found myself at the Order of the Twin Adder, who offered me a place among their ranks. The desire for revenge was the only thing I had left, so without a moment's hesitation I accepted. Were it not for the war with Garlemald, I would have been loath to work alongside the city-dwelling Gridanians who for so long had treated my kind as outcasts, but none of that mattered anymore. It all culminated with Operation Archon. As you led the charge into the Praetorium, we were right behind you, and when the place came crumbling down, most of us were caught in the rubble. I escaped with my life, though many others were less fortunate. Yeah, I was at ground zero. That shit was wild. Oh, you're the motherfucker who saved him. Having dragged myself free from the rubble, I sought a way out. It was then that I encountered none other than Gaius Belsar on the verge of death. The gods had delivered me the man whose conquests had robbed me of everything. I was poised, ready to exact my revenge, and then he spoke. I will not beg for mercy. I only ask that you stay your hand a while longer. I cannot die until I have rid the world of the Ashian menace. For millennia, mankind has danced to their tune, but no more. Then, once we are finally free, my life is yours for the taking. Wow. I would have struck him down there and then had I not sensed truth in his words, so I decided to grant him a stay of execution and join him on his hunt. All this time I've kept a close eye on Gaius. Though he's ever on the watch for pursuers, he has granted me ample opportunity to slay him if I so choose, and I still might if he shows even the slightest sign of betraying our agreement. But for now, the Ashians are my chosen quarry. If they are indeed the ones pulling the Empire's strings, then it shall not be the end until they have been eradicated, every last one. Though I could not save my kin, there are those who may yet be spared the horrors of war. Unfortunately, dealing with the Ashians will have to wait until we have brought an end to the Garlemald's weapon project. Though we may have vanquished two of the new weapons, we must make every effort to prepare for whatever the Garleans throw at us next. Perhaps Severa can tell us whether the Ironworks engineers have uncovered any information of note. Wow, this quest line is depressing. But very on brand for Gundam, as far as themes go, and the horrors of war. That's kind of what, you know, kickstarted Gundam as a series. The Ironworks engineers are still at work dismantling the Sapphire weapon and investigating the Turncliffe Magitech facility. Though they have yet to make their report, they may have some news to share at this juncture. Please wait here a moment. At least most Gundams are about the horrors of war, and how war is bad. We've yet to finish our investigation, but I can give you a preliminary report. Were you able to recover anything of note? Before abandoning the facility, they attempted to destroy anything they couldn't take with them, including many of their research materials. Luckily, some information relating to the Sapphire weapon's combat data was intact. Judging by what we saw during the battle, it was extracted from regular Van Hydras, correct? It also appears that the Sapphire weapon was actually in an incomplete state, and therefore unable to perform at full capacity. Even so, it was immensely powerful. Had they been given the chance to finish it before we'd arrived, who knows how it would have ended. I still probably would have killed it. Indeed, we may not be so fortunate next time, so we must prepare for the worst. The Ironworks will continue to investigate the Sapphire weapon and look into possible countermeasures. The Echo afforded you a glimpse into the conversation between Rickon and Rex prior to the weapon's deployment. Do you remember any other details? I do, in fact. Improvements were made to the synthetic Aurosite system to prevent malfunctions, then it was never their intent to create a manifestation of Nelvan Darnus. But there's one thing that was intended. Oversoul. Its activation results in the pilot being absorbed by the core, killing them in the process. Rix and Rickon were fully aware of this, were they not? Yep. Then the death of the pilot was by design all along. Alphonse, how could you, sacrificing your own siblings to fuel these accursed war machines? It's a weird thematic beat for the sun to rise on. Surely there is no cause worth paying such a price. Aye, nothing is more precious than family. This nightmare is far from over. It appears that Rex has fled with the remaining weapons, and we can assume that Alphonse has every intention of sending them into battle. We must find a way to disable them before the Oversoul can be activated. I have seen enough death. I do not wish to see any more. I can try to kill it faster. And there's no time to waste. Let's be about it, guys. Severa, you're in charge here. Keep Sid and his team safe while they carry out the investigation. Understood. Please see that no harm comes to Gaius. Excuse me. While we're gone, I need you to relay everything to the Resistance troops. Your first-hand account should prove useful. If there are any developments, we'll be sure to contact you. I might fucking boot up Gundam Breaker 3 after this. I have that craving again for mech games. Alright, well, that's another weapon down. I presume 2 to go. This is a trial with 3 trials in it. Like the first one. Welcome back. It sounds you've been on quite the journey, all the way to Turncliffe. And judging by the fact you've made it here in one piece, I trust everything went according to plan? Yeah, actually. What an astonishing account. I wouldn't mind putting that G warrior through its paces myself. Certainly a lot more stimulating than supervising this rabble, I'd imagine. Anyways, before I compile the information, yep, okay. Oh, sapphire weapon bust. Cool. I should really get a house at some point. Or an apartment at the very least. Because that's considerably cheaper. I don't exactly have 3 million gil lying around. Oh, meanwhile in the Legion of Evil. Or the Layer of Evil, or whatever that's called in DC. Who is that? Guy's rad armor. Who is this? Is this a Blue Man Group? Something tells me no. Hello, mysterious sweaty man. I've come to deliver my report, Lord Valens. Why does he just have 3 kids watching him exercise? This man is very sweaty. Ah, so you've returned, young Alfred, or was it Alwick? Not that it really matters, of course. I hear that you and your darling brothers and sisters have allowed the sapphire weapon to fall into the hands of the enemy. Do tell me it isn't so. I am afraid that is the case, Lord Valens. Is that literally just a carton of milk? Oh, come now, no need to be so sullen. As they say, to err is human, to forgive divine. And you know how forgiving I can be when it suits me. What the fuck is this character? He's just working out in a room full of kids and then he pours himself a glass of milk? What is this, a Tarantino film? So tell me, whatever your name is, who was able to best the sapphire weapon? Our sources state that the one known as the Warrior of Light was assisted by Sid Garland and Gaius Van Belsar, my lord. Gaius. Yes, it seems he's been quite the troublemaker of late, defecting from Garlemald, assassinating the Emperor. Whatever next? Oh, well, there's no use crying over spilt milk. Is the milk in this scene just for him to make that pun? God damn it. What is happening? What is this scene? Who directed this? Who wrote this? Speaking of which, I've become quite the connoisseur since arriving in Werlyt. This particular variety comes from a rare breed of cow, you know. Only 100 of them in existence and pampered every day of their lives. Yes, they are quite valuable until their milk dries up, that is. When it does, they are sent to the slaughterhouse like all the rest, for that is their lot in life. To be discarded once they have served their purpose. Did I create the ruby and sapphire weapons so that you could deliver them gift-wrapped to the enemy? I can see it now, Sidnan Garland rubbing his hands with glee at all the technological marvels we've bestowed upon him. And you let Gaius Van Belsar of all people get the better of you. Ow. That was right in the chin. How do you think this reflects on me, the legatus of the 7th Legion, humiliated by this traitor? Humiliated, I say. There's only one way to deal with this worthless provincial filth like you. Wait for me in the correction chamber. You need to be taught a lesson in obedience. Yes, my lord. This is fucking wild. Forgive my intrusion, Lord Valens, but it is time for your meeting with the head of Magitech Development. Oh, how time flies when you're whipping useless soldiers into shape. Yes, I'll be along once I've made myself presentable. Can't have people thinking I have let my standard slips now, can I? Are they hiding his face for any particular reason? Someone whistling the Imperial theme. You're not even a joke about this dude, he's just a piece of shit. Yeah, he seems like a real top-tier asshole. Is that what those kids are there for? Just to help him into the armor? Just keeps them there all fucking day? Sick armor, though, I gotta say. What are you doing here? You wish to see me, Lord Valens? Did I now? Would you like some milk? Ah, yes, that's right. So, you're Ally, yes? And you joined the military of your own free will, along with your fellow orphans? Such devotion, what an inspiration you are. You see, it is my firm belief that love grants us the power to move mountains, to overcome any obstacle. Together we shall discover the strength that lies within you. Take my hand, child. I will show you the way. Don't you have a meeting to go to? Well, that's creepy. That's, yeah, that's pretty fucked up. I don't like that. That is gross. Well, I'm gonna go refill my water, and I'll be right back. I'm back, and my bitrate is in the toilet again. Is there something I can do about that? Because that'd be real nice. Doesn't look like it. Oh, hang on. I don't have process lasso running. Yes, yes, I know. We require high-level processes. Alright, well, that's open. Alright. Back into it. Blood of Emerald. It's good to see you, Lance. I'm pleased to report that Master Garland and the others uncovered a fair bit of useful information at the Imperial facility in Turncliffe. In fact, he'd like you to rendezvous with Gaius in the town square, where he'll reveal what they found. Once you're ready to depart, your escort will lead the way. Okay. I wonder what the justification is going to be for not using the G-Warrior for every fight moving forward. Because it kind of seems like a go-to. You know? Of like, you have a mech. Why not use it? All set for the journey ahead? Yep. Too bad it doesn't have an 8th right there. Would be even easier. I do like Turncliffe, though. It's a very nice location. Now that you are here, perhaps Sid will finally deign to dispense his findings. Severa, inform him of Lance's arrival. Who is hiding back there? Thanks for coming. So, what have you discovered? To tell the truth, we were lucky to obtain any information at all, considering the lengths to which the Imperials went in covering their tracks. You see, the hangar below is not just used to store the weapon, but played a critical role in their creation. We now know the code names given to 3 of the weapons, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Obviously, we're familiar with the first 2, but the third is something of an unknown quantity. At the very least, this confirms the existence of another of those abominations. What are we waiting for? Let's go after it. Should another one of Gaius' kids killed. The problem lies in ascertaining its whereabouts. None of the locals have seen anything resembling a weapon being transported either by land or air. Which of course leaves only one option, the sea. According to what fragmented data we were able to recover, the Emerald weapon is equipped with aquatic capabilities, much like the Sapphire. Meaning that its escape from Turncliffe would have gone undetected and could potentially be anywhere by now. What if Alphonse plans to have it absorb more primals? The logical choice would be Eorzea. And traveling by sea would allow him to circumvent the front line of Gimlet entirely. The Alliance must be alerted at once. Hold your chocobo, Severa. It seems that the Emerald weapon was still incomplete when the 7th Legion withdrew from Turncliffe. It's far more likely that it was transported to another facility in order to add the finishing touches. If your supposition is correct, that would narrow our search to but 2 possible locations. Castrum Marinum in the Rotano Sea, and Castrum Occidens in eastern Lenosia. Both of which are known to harbor remnants of the 14th Legion, your former subordinates, Gaius. Be that as it may, our objective is unchanged. Vaudolin, you and Severa will make your way to Castrum Occidens, while Lance and I will head for Castrum Marinum. Should we locate the Emerald weapon, we will give the signal to dispatch the G-Warrior and eliminate it before it can be activated. Sorry to disappoint you, but we're still repairing the damage sustained during the encounter with the Sapphire weapon. That's how you to explain it. While Elegant Machinery has its uses, it's a bugger to find replacement parts in a pinch. We've actually been working to expand its already impressive arsenal, but the G-Warrior itself is in no fit state for combat. While I'm aware this is far from an adequate replacement, I can provide an Ironworks submersible to help Lance and Gaius reach Castrum Marinum. I'll have one sent to Vesper Bay. Maybe we'll get like an upgrade of the G-Warrior at some point. That'd be cool. A submersible, eh? I don't much like the sound of that. Perhaps Severa and I should count on ourselves fortunate that our destination can be approached by land. I pray you have a safe journey. Watch yourself out there, Lance. I'll be fine. It's time we departed. Let us make our way to Vesper Bay. And we're here. As per Master Garland's instructions, the submersible is ready when you are. But before you depart, I've received some scraps of intelligence regarding your opponent from my colleagues in Turncliffe. Apparently, he uses some sort of levitating hand-like appendages. 6 of them, in fact, though we're not quite sure what purpose they serve. It sounds like having eyes in the back of your head may come in handy, but that's all we know, I'm afraid. You have our thanks. After all, forewarned is forearmed. If the emerald weapon has indeed been transported to this castrum, it would need to enter via the dry dock, so we shall do likewise. As one might expect, there are measures in place to keep out intruders, but the security systems can be tricked into recognizing us as an Imperial vessel. That said, infiltrating the facility is merely the first step. Should the emerald weapon be activated, it is only a matter of time before the pilot uses Oversoul. You must silence the War Machina before this happens, and failing that, grant the poor soul at its helm the mercy of a swift death. Had these wounds healed more quickly, I could have gone with you, but I fear I would only slow you down. As such, I shall provide what support I can from afar. Whatever happens, the emerald weapon must be defeated at all costs. Alright. The second trial, Castrum Marinum. Let's get into it. The ruby weapon was fucking cool, so this one proves to be just as rad. Let's see. Yeah, let's just go grab the Heavensward stuff. The Heavensward Fates. Continue farming those. Yeah, Oxen do. Man, I really want to play like a mech game all of a sudden now. I might give Mass Builder another try. I'll take a look at it. Because I like the customizability of it, even though I think it's kind of overkill. And not super user-friendly. But the gameplay itself is kind of lame. Could boot up Gundam Breaker 3 again. And dust off ye old PS4. Because I do love Gundam Breaker 3. And it's a damn shame that the last 2 Gundam Breaker games have been absolute dog shit. New Gundam Breaker and Gundam Breaker Mobile. Absolutely terrible. I just recently uninstalled Gundam Breaker Mobile. I had it for a while, but I was just at the point where it's just like, I can't even make cool machines because this game looks like shit, and I can't go after specific pieces of parts because it's a gacha game, so it's all RNG. And I was like, this just fucking sucks. Like, I don't want to do this. So yeah. And New Gundam Breaker I have tried out, and it is terrible. The gameplay is like almost unplayable. I hope they're at least working on another one. Because a lot of cool suits have come out since Gundam Breaker 3. What with was it Build Divers and Gundam Breaker Battle Log, as well as Iron-Blooded Orphans, I think, came out after Gundam Breaker 3, or at least the second season. Because there are IBO mechs in Gundam Breaker 3, but not the Season 2 ones. I don't think. Well, no, there is the Season 2 ones, because why am I casting Birth Thunder? But I had dual cast? That's bizarre. I think the Full City Rebake is in Gundam Breaker 3. So maybe they just didn't have access, or they didn't get the Barbados Lupus Rex, because I know that's in Gundam Breaker 3. Or Gundam Breaker, New Gundam Breaker. The Lupus Rex, which is pretty cool. And the worst part about New Gundam Breaker is that it could have been like, I could have suffered through the terrible gameplay, but not only is it terrible to play, but they also made like the customization like way less in depth than Gundam Breaker 3, and it looks worse. They removed a lot of the paint customizability. You can't have like decals and stuff like you could in Gundam Breaker 3. So it's just worse in literally every way except for unit count. Just sucks. So I hope they're making another one and they fix the problems of the previous game, but it's also Bandai Namco. I'm fairly certain they're not going to fix them. Because I have a feeling Gundam Breaker Mobile rakes in the cash. Because it's a gacha game. And people are stupid with gacha games. That's why I don't support them in any aspect. I've played a number of them, and they all feel gross to play, because it's just gambling but made a game. They're taking advantage of people's gambling addictions, and I don't like it. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, I think I'll give Mass Builder another shot. Take another look at it. That's another one. I think I need oh, I have 9 of these? Oh, it doesn't give you just one per run. It gives you multiple. I see, I see. I thought it gave you one per run, and you needed 20 of these? I was like, oh, fuck, this is going to take forever. But, apparently it gives you multiple at a time. Or at least I think it does, because I definitely haven't done 9 fates. I think I've done, only a couple. Maybe I'm wrong, we'll see. Only the near one is fine, that's because you can't put money into the main gacha. Oh, really? That's interesting. I'm not against, the gacha system in general, like how you unlock more things in the game. I just don't like that you typically pay more money for it. It's specifically designed in other aspects to make you spend money on that system. But the system itself is literally just like a slot machine, and it's not inherently bad. It's only bad if it's trying to exploit you. Which most slot machines are, to be fair. That's interesting. I might give that a look. See what that's like. Because I am somewhat interested in here. Feel the same way with loot boxes. They're fine as long as it's impossible to pay for them. Yeah, I'm of the same the same thought process. Or I'll accept if they're like, if the loot boxes don't have any like gameplay ramifications, like if it's all cosmetic. I'm fine with that. Because there's no reason for you to engage with it beyond just you want the cool stuff. But it doesn't change the actual gameplay of it. I'm fine with that. I don't like it, but I'll accept it. A lot of the things have spawned in here. Because that was the Overwatch model. And I think I'm fine with that. I would prefer it if it was not that way, but there's worse things they could do. But yeah, gacha games are literally like, it's that, but you have to do that to progress in the game. And I just do not like that. Is this icon up here? Is this a hunting mark? I've seen this around, but I've not done any hunting so far. So I was wondering. Because I think that's what that is. And I mean, what is a gacha game as well? Or like a gacha role, but a loot box? It's effectively the same system. The only difference is that sometimes gachas will have like pity systems, where if you don't get the thing that you want, if you draw enough, eventually you'll get it no matter what. Okay, so I now have 10. Oh, maybe I have done a bunch. Unless... Because I did do one of the critical engagements in Bozja. Does that give multiple? Because I know it's not a guaranteed drop rate from those. So if that's the case, maybe it gives you multiple if you get the drop. I don't know. I would like to get a cast from Lacum Litoris done, but unfortunately, I'm like busy, like every Saturday because I have Arma in the afternoon and then I stream in the evening. I'm like busy basically all day. So I never have time to do other stuff, which is fine. I still, it's not like I don't want to do the things that I do on Saturday, because I love me some Arma. Yeah, it does make it, things sort of pile up. Oh, I'm synced to level 60. I have a manification. Oops. Alright, I'll kill you first. Fucking really? All of you at once? Come on. Could you not AoE all the time? Ow. Oops, nope. This one. Alright, we're good. Why whenever I hear manification, I just see that scene of Aqua cleansing that water from Konosuba. Never even watched Konosuba. It's been a while since I've watched Konosuba. It's a good show, but I never did watch season 2. I think I was kind of on the outs with anime by that point. I used to watch more anime, but I just ended up getting tired of it. Just shows just really aren't good enough to hold my attention. There's just too much averageness, or just straight up garbage. There's some good shows, but generally speaking, I think anime is kind of bloated by not great stuff. And that's kind of why I stopped watching anime, really paying attention to it. I read manga. That's pretty much my big thing now. Well, I say now. It was always a thing, but I was always a huge manga reader. I just also dabbled in anime. Speaking of manga, Fire Force just wrapped up like a couple days ago. Shield Hero was the last one I actually watched. Was pretty okay. Yeah, I've read Shield Hero. Shield Hero is not bad. It's one of the better isekai on the market, but the bar for isekai is very low. And Stone Ocean couldn't drag me back. Golden Wind kind of burnt me out. I've read all of JoJo up to part 7, and yeah, it only gives you one. I'm not a huge JoJo fan. I liked part 4. I liked part 7. Not really a fan of everything else. So I don't know if I would really call watching all of JoJo or reading all of JoJo worth it. But I have heard that their anime adaptations have been pretty hit and miss. I heard part 5 was pretty okay. Part 4 was not great. Part 3 was better than the manga, apparently. Yeah, I don't know. Not a big JoJo guy. Not my cup of tea. Let's go for this one. Yeah, we'll go for this one. Yeah, what was the last Well, the last anime I watched was Cowboy Bebop. That was during the watch party. The last thing we watched in the watch party that we used to have on the server. Before we basically stopped doing it because it was only me, Bartholomew, and nobody who would show up. And we weren't super interested in it to be fair. Or was it? No, we watched Steins Gate last, which was also not great. But yeah, I think the last thing. Oh yeah, like Cowboy Bebop was not nearly as good as I'd hoped it would be. It definitely started out strong. I had a very strong like first couple episodes. But boy, by the end of it, like I think all of us watching were like, this sucks. Like this is taking a real drop in quality. And I gotta say, I don't think I'd recommend Cowboy Bebop to anybody anymore. I've heard that it's like the gateway anime of like one of the best anime to watch to get into it. I don't know if I'd agree. I was pretty disappointed by it after hearing it hyped up for all these years. Crunchyroll stole $30 out of my bank account after I canceled my sub. They kind of put the last nail in the coffin for my interest. Mayhaps one day I'll return. Yeah, Crunchyroll is kind of trash. Like, they kind of hold a monopoly on, like, Western anime streaming services. And so, they're just kind of awful. They don't really have that good of a service. They don't have any competition besides, like, Netflix. And Netflix's selection is not very good because they don't have the licensing agreements like Crunchyroll has. But I'm familiar with the seven C's, so to speak, because I got my start on anime before Crunchyroll was the thing. Watching Naruto on sketchy Russian websites, like God intended. But yeah, it's... I don't know. Naruto is good. I will maintain that Naruto is actually a genuinely good show. But, yeah, I'm just not much into anime anymore. You know, the fact that Funimation owns them now and Funimation uses the censor hammer with reckless abandon. Yeah, I forgot about that. They are owned by Funimation now. And Funimation is exactly a sterling company in and of themselves. What was your first anime in Remlock, if you can remember? Because I've had this conversation with nobody. Well, nobody on Twitch, specifically. Not just nobody. I haven't had this conversation with anybody. Because I think me and him had the same, like, first anime. I think we both were, got into anime with Darker Than Black. Which is pretty wild, considering how different our tastes are. I remember Darker Than Black being a pretty good show, but I also remember it not being a super in-depth show. It's just kind of like, yeah, here's the universe, here's the characters. There's not a super well put together plot line. It's just, yeah, characters kind of do things, and then the show ends. It's like, okay. And then I tried to watch season 2 and I never got through it. But that was the first, like, anime I watched knowing it was an anime. Because I'd watched, like, Dragon Ball Z before that. Oh. I want to double check. That gave me 1. Okay, it is absolutely 1. Interesting. But yeah, like, I watched Dragon Ball Z, but, like, I didn't really understand that that was different from, like, regular cartoons. I just thought, like, wow, this looks different from SpongeBob. But Darker Than Black, I went in like, okay, this is different than what I'm used to. Tried to get into Naruto, but I just can't get past how annoying the titular character is. Yeah, that is one of Naruto's biggest problems. I know it gets good eventually, but the opening is just painful. My first anime is Black Mark. Is a black mark on my anime fan card. I was a massive fan, watched it back to back at least 5 times, both season 1 and 2. What's the name of it? SAO? Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry. Here's the thing, SAO gets a lot of a bad rap, which is fair because it's not very good. But SAO was like, it was kind of a front runner for that style of show. Like nothing else had done anything like SAO had done, and it had a pretty good like start to it. It was just as the show went on, it got absolutely awful. I haven't watched it myself, but I've seen enough of it like through YouTube, and I've heard enough people talk about it that I know what's up. But I'm not going to subject myself to that. So yeah, I don't really blame people for being into SAO at the time. I think everyone sort of understands that it's garbage now. But yeah, Naruto's rough. Because Naruto is pretty goddamn annoying. Like, I will absolutely agree with you on that one. And I mean, he does get better, but he's still pretty annoying a lot of the time. It's just, his personality is very grating. But, I don't really watch it for Naruto. I watch it for, like, the side characters and the world. I think the world is very, very cool. It's very well made, very fleshed out. And the plotline itself is actually, solid, I think. I think, people rag on Talk no Jutsu, but it always makes sense in the moment of, like, why Talk no Jutsu works. So, I don't know. I understand not getting into Naruto, because it's also a lot, too. It's a long-ass show. Even the manga is a long thing to get through. And that was how I went through it. Had a solid 15 episodes. I loved how powerful Asuna was, and they turned her into a fucking damsel in distress, and I'll never forgive them. Yep. That sounds about right. Wow, I'm queuing for a while for this one. That's what happens when you're a DPS. I mean, the same thing could be said for Sakura from Naruto. Naruto didn't really do very well by most of its female characters. They pretty much all kind of got tossed by the wayside as the story went on. And Sakura got a really raw deal of just being, like, absolutely ineffectual and constantly pining for Sasuke, despite the fact that he literally tries to kill her. Spoilers for Naruto, but I mean, fuck, it's at this point, you should have watched it. Like, come on. Had a similar problem getting into One Piece, but that's more so his voice than his characterization. Yeah. I read a lot of One Piece. I think I read over 1,000 chapters of One Piece. Actually, no, that's not true. I think I got to around, like, 800, I want to say. When was Thriller Bark? I believe that was where I finally called it quits for One Piece. Where I was like, this just keeps going and not enough is actually happening here to keep me interested. I maintain that One Piece is not really that good of a show. People gas it up, but it's actually just okay. Same thing with Hunter x Hunter. I think Hunter x Hunter is massively overrated. I've read like 200 chapters of it before I was like, this is just not interesting. Like, it's a lot of fights and it's an interesting power system, but God, I don't care about any of these characters. Like, the only really good shonens that I could say are, like, genuinely quite good are Naruto and Dragon Ball Z, the Funimation dub. Hunter x Hunter, the anime is amazing. Disagree. I read 200 chapters of the manga, and nobody on Twitch has watched all of the anime, and he hates it. What do you mean fate failed? Oh, I guess I ran out of time. Should have checked the timer. And I trust nobody on his opinions when it comes to anime, considering we both have the same gripes when it comes to Hunter x Hunter. I think the power system is cool, but like, boy, it just goes and goes and goes. And the characters are just not interesting to me. It's like the epitome of shonen battle manga, of like, it just focuses on the battle and not actually having a story. At least 200 chapters in. Which, I mean, after 200 chapters, come on. I've given it more than a chance. The other shonen that I want to bring up is Bleach. Bleach is trash. I read all of Bleach. I didn't watch it because I don't want to suffer through like 2.5 years of filler. But I read all of Bleach. Bleach has a really cool concept. It's got a very cool world, but its power scaling is so dumb and so nonsensical that it just ruins the entire show. Like, Ichigo is literally just like Ryatsu Jesus. Ryatsu is like the energy that they have. Like, it's like the only explanation for why he wins all of his fights, because he barely trains. He goes from getting clapped by Byakuya, and then doing like 2.5 days of Bankai training, and then claps Byakuya back. And I was like, really? It took you like 2 days to do this? Ridiculous. Bleach is, and then the ending is like one of the worst endings I've ever seen in manga history. Where Chide Kubo was literally just like, and it's over, goodbye. We're not even going to explain how he beat the final boss. We're just going to time skip. We don't even find out what Ichigo's new swords do. In the entire like final fight, we have no idea what his new swords do. After he spends like 20 chapters getting them. Probably longer than that. And it being like a big deal of like, no, you have Quincy powers, Hollow powers, and Shinigami powers, and then doesn't use any of them. And then the fucking manga ends, and it's like, are you kidding me? I watched Bleach up until Eisenhower flies away towards the end of the Soul Society arc, and then I just kind of stopped watching. That is arguably the best part of Bleach, and I recently reread Bleach, and that was also the part I stopped. Because I was like, oh god, I remember this being the best part of Bleach, and this is just okay. If even that, to be honest. Like, once it started going to the Hueco Mundo arc, I was like, oh boy, I should really stop, because this is not good. Yeah, Bleach is, I'm pretty confident in saying Bleach is garbage. If that's your favorite shonen, then I wouldn't take your opinion seriously. I don't think any of it is good. Like, the only thing that's good is its world. I would say it has a very cool and interesting world. Its setup is very cool. But, like, its power system is wildly unbalanced, with zero scaling whatsoever. Not really. Am I gonna queue for this tonight? Am I gonna have time? I might have to wait till Saturday to fucking queue for this trial. Good god. Boku no Pico is the best shonen. You shut your mouth. How dare you bring up Boku no Pico in this household. In all seriousness, I've never seen that show, but I have absolutely no interest in doing so. I just heard all of the worst things about it, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna take the anime community's opinion on this one. Because if they think it's, like, god-awful, then it really must be truly terrible. Because they're willing to put up with a lot of bullshit. If I had game time at the moment, I would give you a healer boost. Ah, yeah. The classic healer Q boost. That's fine. We're chatting about anime. We're having a good time. But yeah, when it comes to I don't really watch anime, but I do still read a ton of manga. Like, I think I have around 30 to 40 tabs open in Chrome. Like, every time I open it, it just, like, fucking fills up. It's grouped, though, so I can't close it, but, like, good god. I'm reading a lot of manga at once. Well, I'm mostly just waiting for them to update. Some of them, less good than others. Like, my favorite manga is Vinland Saga. That's my favorite manga of all time for sure. And that's still updating. So I'm waited with bated breath every time a chapter for that comes out, but it releases monthly, so it's a long wait. But I'm reading, like, I was reading Fire Force, and then that wrapped up, and that was, to be honest, pretty okay. I don't know if it was bad, but it was very strange and kind of disjointed in a lot of aspects. It was kind of hard to get into. But I think it was alright. I think some people really liked it. What else am I reading? Oh, Manamashita Inumakun, I think? I think it also... Did that recently get an anime? Irumakun, or whatever it's called? I don't know what the English title is. Like the one where he's like... It's like a comedy manga. Where it's like... Gets sold off to like the devil. But the devil just really wanted a grandson, so he sends him to like devil school. Even though he's a human. And he's like, fuck, I can't let anybody know I'm a human because they'll kill me. At least that's how it starts, at the very least. And that was actually pretty good. I like it a lot. It's got some pretty good comedy. It's getting into like more of an action show, to be honest. But it's not bad. Because it doesn't try to overcomplicate the action too much. Because otherwise, it doesn't try to like power scale itself too much. And like open itself up for like inconsistencies. It just kind of gives you like a vague like, okay, yeah, this makes enough sense that I can accept this. And it's actually pretty funny, so I like it. What other ones am I reading? I'm actually reading a webcomic. What are they called? They're webcomics, right? Yeah, the ones like the big scrolly ones. A lot of Korean things are webcomics. And I'm not big on webcomics, mainly on the terms that none of them are ever intended to end. They're just supposed to string you along as possible. So that they can keep, you know, getting your viewership. Because I don't think I've seen a couple webcomics end. I believe The Boxer ended recently. That was a webcomic. That one was pretty decent. Bastard ended. That was a good one. But I've also read some other webcomics that are just like, this is just waiting to get canceled. Like, I'm just waiting for it to be like, oh, yep, this got axed. Oops, goodbye. So yeah, I'm not super big on webcomics. Also, I think most of them are pretty trash, to be honest. I think they're, a lot of the themes have been done to death. Sometimes they end, sometimes they're kind of like TV shows of literature. That's a good way to describe them. The TV shows of literature. Or American TV shows of literature, I should probably specify, because not all countries have the same mentality when it comes to television. Yeah, exactly. They also have, like, for the longest time, like, all the most popular webcomics can be boiled down into, like, a handful of different setups. Like, you have a guy who gets trapped in a MMO. That's number one. Along the same vein, you have a guy who was the best at an MMO, but then has to start again from level 1. That's very common. You have a guy goes to an alternate world, and it's basically the standard isekai stuff of, like, finds out some busted shit or is busted in some way. When it comes to the martial arts manga, it's a guy who is absolutely terrible at martial arts and is just a piece of shit nobody, and then he finds either some secret technique or a MacGuffin that allows him to be OP, or it's someone basically reincarnating or going back in time and starting from scratch, similar to the MMO thing. That is like 90% of popular webcomics you will read, in a nutshell. Now, there are ones that are not that. They've actually been branching out more recently. Like, one of the guilty pleasure webcomics that I read is think it's called Mercenary Enrollment or something like that, where it's like this this guy who was like a child mercenary, who was like this crazy super badass, ends up like reconnecting with his family and like starts going to school in Korea, and just like all the shit that ends up happening to him, of like him kicking the ass of like bullies in Korea. Korea has this weird thing. I don't know what it is, but if their webcomics are anything to go off of, their bullies are fucking insane. Where they're like basically like gangsters in like high school, where they're just kicking the shit out of actual like other kids. Like close to like putting them in hospitals if you fuck with them. And like the teachers just won't do anything. I don't know if this is reality or if this is just the trope that webcomics have decided to roll with. But anyways, this guy's like a crazy like martial arts badass, so it's a lot of him just like beating the shit out of people. And like they're all assholes, so it's always satisfying to get their like satisfying to see them get their shit rocked. So it's I wouldn't say it's really that good, but I also wouldn't say it's bad either. It's a guilty pleasure. It's like a, you know, a fast food manga where you're just like, yeah, I know this isn't really good for me, but you know what? It tastes good. It'll be good. It'll be fine. To be fair, that was kind of what the US was like in the 60s, 90s, if the stories from my parents are anything to go by. Really? I am Canadian, so I can't really comment on that. We have a different kind of culture when it comes to schooling. Because we had, like, bullies, but it was way less prevalent when I went to school. Which was around the, about 2000 to 2014. Roughly that span of time. There were some asshole kids, but, like, nothing compared to, like, the shit you would hear about when it came to, like, the States. So, I don't know. And maybe that is the way it is in Korea, who knows? I think a lot of them are a lot of social commentaries on Korea, a lot of webcomics. There's another one, what the hell is it called? Special Education, I think? Where it's like these like government agents basically show up and like reform like really, really bad schools. And they're like crazy bad, like basically like the kids run the school and they're gangsters. And like they plan to like leave school and become gangsters. And it's basically them being like, yep, we're allowed to beat the shit out of kids because we're given authorization by the government. And then basically like just beating the fuck out of kids and making them reform. Which I don't think would really work in real life, but it's satisfying to watch. But I think it's supposed to be like a social commentary on the state of Korea. Or South Korea specifically. To clarify. I don't know. I have not looked too deeply into the situation. But there is another webcomic I'm reading that's actually quite good in my opinion. Which is, whoops, wrong button. Dr. Frost. Very interesting webcomic. It's a very cerebral sort of webcomic. Like it's a heavy thinker. Because it's all about psychology. It follows this psychologist. Whose name is not Dr. Frost, by the way, but that's just what, like, the title is called that because he has white hair. So people call him, or the title, no, I don't think anyone in the story actually calls him Dr. Frost. But anyways, it's actually quite good. It's got a very interesting plot line. And the arcs are, it's also separated into arcs. So it's good at, you know, like setting up storylines and then actually making them end. Even though, like, there's still seasons and, like, there's a continuous plot thread, there's still resolutions happening throughout the story. So that makes it good in that regard. North Koreans would never attempt to dishonor a great leader by misbehaving in school. You're absolutely right. They would never do that. Probably on pain of death. Am I reading another webcomics right now? There's a couple, like, other guilty pleasure ones that I check in on occasionally. but they're mostly just like K-dramas in like webcomic form. Like I think one is a Remarried Empress, which is literally just like, it's such a drama. Like it's about this empress in like this fantasy world, and she kind of, it's like she used to have a good relationship with the emperor. They used to be like childhood friends, and they're not anymore. They're like, well, they're still friends, but like the spark in their relationship is totally gone. And then the emperor like basically like takes on a mistress, and like keeps like giving the mistress things, and ends up like, as far as the empress can tell, like loves the mistress more than her. And then she ends up getting like seduced by this like exotic other king that shows up, and then, you know, at the end of the first season ends up, well, it's not a spoiler because it actually happens at the beginning of the series, and then it kind of rewinds and shows you what happened. But oh, I'm not gonna do this. This is the boss fight. I can't do the solo. Yeah, she ends up like divorcing the emperor and like marries the other guy, and it's like this big drama. It's fucking, it's like the cheapest form of entertainment. It's like a soap opera, but fuck, I still enjoy it. Another one I'm watching is like Mom, I'm Sorry, which is just it's about this guy who basically like sells his lifespan for his mother who's like dying of like some disease. And then it ends up saving her, but she becomes young in the process, and so it's all about like, oh, what happens? This guy has like a mom who's in her 50s, but she looks like she's in her 20s. How are they gonna survive in modern day life? And what's gonna happen with the guy who the main character made the deal with, the lifespan dealer, and all this? It's all this dumb, cheap drama, but it's entertaining. Oh, finally. So that's the other one I think I'm keeping an eye on. I don't think I'm reading other webcomics. It's the only ones I'm aware of past that. Could you fuck off, please? I'm trying to do a trial. Thank you. Come on. There we go. Alright. But yeah, I've read a couple of her webcomics. I think, generally speaking, most of them are pretty garbage. And even the best of the webcomics are like just good, maybe approaching like pretty good. I think Bastard was the best webcomic I've ever read, which is about like a kid whose dad is a serial killer, and like the drama. I've been expecting you here, of Eorzea. Look, Father, this is the power that we command. Oh, he has my hair. I just realized. That's my hairstyle. Mark V Anti-Icon Mara Machina, the Emerald Weapon. I didn't even realize that. But yeah, I think if you're gonna read any webcomic, give Bastard a try. And The Boxer is actually pretty good. I wouldn't say it's really, really good, but I think it's satisfying. Got a satisfying ending to it. Really to a ton of manga reading. I'm really getting engrossed in the literature that's presented on screen. And given manga costs a mortgage to actually get physically. Yes! Manga is a nightmare to actually get legit. Oh god. So it just keeps going around. Okay, you have to circle it. But if you're like me, you have some alternatives, let's say. Oh, you really can't get in... Oh, I see, okay. Just can't, it's not the same to you? That's understandable. Do you read any novels? I used to be a big fiend when it came to reading. Like, I used to actually get in trouble for reading so much in, like, school and stuff. Oh, okay, so those, like... Gotta pay attention of where those are gonna go, because they're magnetized. I've read the, I was into weird shit when I was a kid. Because I had all my mom's, like, really old fantasy novels from, like, the 70s and 80s. And, like, stuff a kid probably shouldn't be reading, let's be honest. Ow, shit, I didn't realize what was happening at the last second. Fuck. Read a fair number, yes. Not as often these days, though. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I used to read a lot more than I actually do. But my favorite series currently is the Dresden Files. Are you familiar with that series? It's sort of an urban fantasy book. Oh, it takes off more of the arena. I see. That's concerning. You're not? Okay. I'd give it a shot. It's a pretty easy read. Not super intense. Oof. I'm gonna get schwacked. But yeah, it's an urban fantasy series. That's the genre, I should say. So it's like magic in a modern world. Basically, the setup is like, oh fuck, that is not a lot of room to maneuver. I don't even know where I am. Ow. Okay, that was apparently the wrong answer. The setup is that, like, this guy is a wizard, like a legit shit, like, he uses magic wizard, and he basically put himself in the Yellow Pages as, like, a private detective. So it's got a lot of influence from, like noir sort of literature, like detective stuff like that. Or it's a lot of what it's, like, based on. And a lot of the tropes that it has are from that. But I'd give it a shot. It's got quite a few books in it, so if you end up liking it, you've got a lot of content to go through. What? Oh, okay, I see. Interesting. Okay, I can figure this out. And it's my current favorite series, I would say. It's the only, god damn it. That is a wider hitbox than I thought. It's the only, fuck! I wasn't paying attention, I didn't know I don't know when he casts that, I'm not paying enough attention. But yeah, I'll give it a try. It's a pretty good series. I will say that apparently, according to a lot of people, the first couple books are, a little bit weird. There's some early weirdness when it comes to the series, which I think I would agree with. I still think, though, it's they're still good and entertaining. They just they get better as the series goes. But yeah, the Dresden Files by Jim Butcher. Give it a look. But yeah, I read the, I mentioned before about the Belgariad, which I feel like most people have never even heard of. As well as, the Golden Torque, like an ancient fucking, book from the 70s. Really weird shit in it. Like, stuff that as a kid I probably shouldn't have read, let's be honest. Oh boy, phase change, here we go. So it's come to this, but no matter what, I can't afford to lose. Ooh. Alright, here we go. The Belgrad by David Eddings. Really interesting magic system. Just shows more plot thread in a non-infuriating way. Oh boy, he's activating Oversoul. Baelsar combat data ready. Oh no. Aliapons, this is goodbye. Rex, what have you done? Here we go. There he is. What is the meaning of this? Wait, that glow. Ooh. Bear witness to the glory of the Empire. That's pretty fucking sick. Ooh. This is Werlyt at the time of the invasion. Could the synthetic R-Site be causing this? Arena change. That's awesome. One of the best songs in the expansion. I'm listening to it and I'm liking what I'm hearing. When you start off with an electric guitar solo, you are going the right way. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, there's some wacky shit happening. Okay, so people who have that on get pushed. Gotcha. Pop my soul gauge before I die. Oh god. That is a lot of AoEs. Good golly. The Belgrade by David Eddings. Have to take a look. Oh boy. Some AoE stacking here. Whoop. Okay, I got tagged once. I thought I missed it, but I got tagged. Ah, fuck, I wasted a Soul Reaver stack. Whoopsie. Thank you, Phantasmus. What does this do? Ooh, I love those, like, 8-bit synths in there. That's a good... Oh, no. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, I ran the wrong way. I was facing the wrong way. Oh, I'm alive, shockingly enough. Nice, I'm spelling cookie wrong. First book is called Pawn of Prophecy. I'll take a look. I'll actually look it up after the after this trial. Alright, I gotta pay attention here. I'm not playing my class properly. More deeps. Oh, he's back. Oh, I had 2 vulnerability stacks. I got tagged at some point. Tertius Terminus Est. Whatever the fuck that means. I'm gonna pop all my gauge before I die and lose it. Oh, Christ. Huh? This was saved. Fuck, no it wasn't. I messed up. Well, we almost got him anyways. Nice. That was a cool fight. I like that. I think so far this hasn't been better than the Stormblood Trials. But I do still really like it. Because the Stormblood Trials were... The Stormblood Trials were on some other shit. Oh, we got there. I guess everybody already left. Alright. Let me quickly look that up. Pawn of Prophecy. David Eddings. There's a couple other Urban Fantasies books that I'm looking at. Like there's the... It's one set in London. I forget what it's called. Oh! Yeah, the Belgariad. That's the one I'm talking about. That's the one I said I read. That is, the one, I've already talked about. Yeah, Pawn of Prophecy, the Belgariad, #1. Yeah, I've read that, series. Gameplay-wise, no, the SP ones are probably better, yeah, but story-wise, no comparison. Oh, yeah, the story-wise, the Shadowbringers one is knocking it out of the park. This is mainly about the trials themselves. Because, those trials were really, really cool. Holy shit, someone else has read that? Yeah, I'm kind of shocked myself. I've never met anyone who's ever heard of the Belgariad. I read it in, like, elementary school. Because I was that weird kid. But I remember really liking it. It was a really good series. Move that down a bit. It was one of the first major fantasy books that I read. Or the series that I read. And so it ends. But why would Rex throw away his life for this? You are right. If I am ever to learn the truth, I must concentrate on the task at hand. Of course, we do not need to wait for Sid's analysis to tell us whose combat data was used on this occasion. It galls me to think that my techniques and strategies could be so closely replicated. Nevertheless, the observations I made during the battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, that was not the only information I was able to gather. I intercepted a signal that revealed the troops stationed here were permitted to withdraw, seemingly in return for assisting the 7th Legion. They must have known that the Alliance would follow the Emerald weapon here sooner or later and made good their escape. Meaning, the way is now clear for Cid to inspect the war mech and his remains. Hey, buddy. We got here as soon as we could. Not that we could have done anything to prevent this tragedy. The magic system has been a pretty constant influence in how I use it in my D&D rule, the more of D&D's trappings. That's cool. I don't remember much about the Belgariad, to be honest. I read it a very long time ago. Like probably... Let's see, how old would I have been? I think I read it in, 6th grade. So I would have been... That was 13 years ago, going on 14. So I don't remember much about the Belgariad, but I did like it. And I would be open to rereading it. But unfortunately, I don't do a lot of reading now. For what we know, it seems that the Emerald weapon was an ilm for ilm, a great deal more powerful than the previous two. If this is allowed to continue, who knows what sort of monstrosity the 7th Legion will conceive next. Nevertheless, Lance has once again proved himself capable of overcoming the worst the Empire has at its disposal. Jesus. You may be relieved to hear that Castrum Occadens was free... I'm gonna go with Occadens. Was free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, it was also devoid of any useful leads, and we came away empty-handed. In all honesty, part of me wishes we never would have found the Emerald weapon. Perhaps then Rex would have not been forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. I only hope that he's finally at peace. Well, we will do what we can to spare others from sharing his fate. And I and the Iron Mercs will search this place from top to bottom for clues as to the 7th Legion's plans. Before that, allow me to sleuth the area for booby traps and the like. I would not put it past the Imperials to have left a few surprises for us. Agreed, I'll go with you. With that in mind, I'll begin my examination of the Emerald weapon. Carefully, that is. You know, now that you've mentioned D&D, I do love D&D. I've played it many times. Ah, god damn it. It's been a while since I got one of these. Let me just... Bop. There we go. Son of a bitch. But yeah, I love D&D. If you're a big Star Wars fan, by the way, and you like 5th edition D&D, I recommend checking out Star Wars 5e. It's a homebrew, like, Star Wars conversion for 5e, and it's actually better than 5e, in my opinion, like base 5e. And if you like Star Wars, now you have a system to play a RPG in it with. But, there is a tabletop RPG that I've been trying to find, like, a game for that fits in my schedule for, like, months now. Has anybody heard of Lancer? Because we were on the topic of mechs earlier, and now that D&D has been brought up, this is the perfect time to talk about it. Lancer is it's a TTRPG system, but it's like purely based on like having a mech and like customizing it. And there have been other TTRPGs that have like mechs in them and focus on that. But like Lancer is like, in my opinion, like super accessible, very easy to use compared to like most other TTRPGs that have mechs in them. And it looks super fun to play. And I've been trying to find people to play it with for so long. And maybe I'll double down on that and actually commit to something, because that would be like the perfect thing to fix like my D&D and mech itch. I just get around 5e shortcomings by homebrewing it to high heaven. That's probably the best way to do it, honestly. That's basically what Star Wars 5e does, is it's just like, yeah, all the things that people have, like, the most popular fixes that people have for stuff, it's just Star Wars 5e just stole. And just, like, it's just in the system now. I almost want to take Star Wars 5e and port it back to 5e. Like unconverted, but, like, with the fixes. Because it's just that much better gameplay-wise. But yeah, I really want to play Lancer. Super bad. And it also has a really, really robust character creator called comp.io, I believe. Check it out, it's really cool. It's free to get into as well. Alphonse, you knew all this time, didn't you? Melisandre and Rickon too. Everyone except me. And you, Rex? Yes, that's what the synthetic Orocyte system is. The fusion between pilot and core is the key to Oversoul. And unless we use it, we don't have a chance of beating Father's newfound friends. They stand between us and the Primals, without which the weapons will never reach their full potential. We thought that if you knew the truth about Oversoul, you'd try to stop us. Of course I would, but what I don't understand is why all of you are so willing to give your lives for the weapon project. What is it all for? It all began the day Father left. Without his guidance, his protection, the Garleans lost any respect they once had for us. Oh, is this a Fordola situation? Not again. But their cruelty pales in comparison to Valen's. To him, conscripts like us are expendable commodities, an endless supply of test subjects for his twisted experiments. But no matter what they do to us, we will never lose hope. It is the duty of the strong to lead the weak, and we will become strong and protect those who cannot protect themselves. I've used a ton of great ideas and a solid bird rock, but man, Dragonborn and Dark Vision. Yep, that's, if you didn't know, the newest book that came out, Fizban, Treasury of Dragons, I think it's called, overhauled Dragonborns completely. Like, they're a much better race now, but boy, in base 5e were they garbage. And the fact that everything has Dark Vision is one of the first things I homebrewed in my personal world. Where it's just like, yeah, almost nothing has Dark Vision in my world, except for things that, like, are underground most of the time. Like dwarves and drow and shit. Because, yeah, that's something that pisses me off in 5e, is that so many things have Dark Vision, that, like, if you play something that doesn't have Dark Vision, it's weird. And it's like something everyone else has to account for. It's just such a problem. I don't like it. The weapon project will give us the strength we need. We will create a world where people like us can live without fear of persecution. Yeah, it's a Fordola situation. We want you to see this new world for yourself, Ali, even if we must give our lives to make it a reality. You will own Fizbans eventually. Just Google 5e tools, and thank me later. But why me? The years spent serving the Empire have changed us all, except you, Ali. Even after everything you've seen, you're still the caring, innocent girl we grew up with. More than any of us, you deserve a chance at happiness. That's what we all agreed. Ali, listen to me. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch over us have been called away to the capital. Now is our chance to get you out of here. And why don't you come with me? If Alphonse and I were to run away now, they'd only force others to take our place. We can't let that happen. This is our way of upholding the ideals Father instilled in us. Our lives are a small price to pay for Werlyt's freedom. No, how can you expect me to leave you behind? I won't do it. Sorry, I just invaded your personal space for no reason. We will forever be at your side, Ali. Rex, take her to the holding cells. How was anyone supposed to find her? No, let me go! Like, what if I just didn't echo here and she just starved to death in the holding cells? I guess eventually they would have found her, but like... would she have access to water? Can't go that long without it. So, win or lose, the plan is to hand over the castrum to Father, is that right? Yes, they'll take Ali into their custody before the Garleans return, while you will be free to pilot the Emerald weapon without her interfering. We can't let her hinder the completion of the weapon project. I'm counting on you, Alphonse. Don't let our sacrifices be in vain. Rex, have you forgotten what I told you? You mustn't use Oversoul. I can't lose you too. You both know I can't win without it. Besides, we need the combat data of the Emerald weapon fighting at its peak if we're to have any chance of perfecting the synthetic Orocyte system. You know I'm not the sort to do things by halves. Forgive me, Rex. Don't you worry about me. If this is where I meet my end, I'll do it with a smile on my face. The rest is up to you, Alphonse. think that in Stormblood they imply that it's the Alliance standard practice to literally scour every inch of a captured cache from head to toe ASAP. Probably. That's most likely what happens, I think, because it wouldn't really make sense otherwise to be like, we captured the castrum, let's leave. Yeah, that's probably true. They probably wouldn't, probably wasn't in any danger unless some, like, really wacky shit happened. This is the girl you spoke of, yes? She was locked in a cell, but I saw no harm in letting her out. I can't say for certain, but it seems she's been through quite an ordeal. I imagine, considering that, like, the weapon, or the Empire has, like, crazy super weapons, that they just leave a bomb in the castrum for the Alliance to find. Probably best practice. Why, Brex? Why? Oh boy. Guys, once we've extracted the core, we'll take it back to Turncliffe for analysis. Perhaps she should come with us. There's no use in her staying here. Well, another depressing chapter in the trial series down. Oh yeah, we should be able to finish on time tonight. That's perfect. Sever has taken care of Allie, but it may be some time until her nerves have settled. If the vision you witness is indeed true, Alphonse and Rex locked her away for her own safety. When she is ready, I would know more of what her brother hopes to achieve and why he must resort to such desperate measures. Allie's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of shock. We must give her more time to recover. There was one other thing that I thought you should know. When we checked her for injuries, we saw that her back is covered in welts and bruises. Who did this to her? It seems she was subjected to beatings on a regular basis, judging by the varied stages of bruising. I dare say this was the work of her Garlean masters. Well, that's depressing. You speak as though you have seen this before. Seen? I have lived through it myself. I was born in Werlyt 23 summers past. My mother was a local woman, but my father was a pure-blooded Garlean and a member of the occupying forces. Though I knew very little about him, his rank afforded me imperial citizenship. His acknowledgement of our familial ties with the extent of the responsibility he took for bringing me into this world. Still, it is more than can be said for most of his ilk. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Werlyt, who treated us as badly as the Garleans did, if not worse. I thought that if I were to become an imperial soldier, my position might somehow deter those who would cast scorn on my mother, if only out of fear. And so I joined the army. The acceptance I earned was but temporary, however, and my superiors were quick to blame any perceived shortcomings on my savage lineage. Rather than waste time on the official court-martials, they administered their own form of corporal punishment. I was eventually assigned to the 12th Legion. I always have to think every time I see Roman numerals, and fought under Xenos Yegalvis in Alamigo. In the chaos that followed our defeat, I seized the opportunity to flee to Werlyt. While it was never much of a home, it was all I had, but nothing could prepare me for what waited. My mother had for many years suffered from poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive. In my absence, the Garleans had denied her treatment, claiming that it would be wasted on savages. By the time I could return to her side, there was naught I could do. There was nothing left for me in Werlyt. I would be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered the reason for my return, and I was never accepted by my so-called countrymen to begin with. I ran as far as my legs could carry me. It was then that I met Gaius. Why did she say she met Gaius instead of I met you? She was talking to Gaius. That's alright. So that is the truth of it. Other than a few scant details, I knew not of your past. It sickens me to think that I once fought under the same banner as such vile creatures. I'd always believed it to be the duty of the strong to lead the weak, yet there are those who become drunk on the power afforded by their station and prey on the ones they should protect. Like a canker, this corruption has spread to every part of the Empire. Even those with Garlean blood, such as myself, are subjected to their cruelty. They hold particular contempt for the All-Ra, an easy target for abuse being so few in number. Perhaps, like me, Allie thought she would be spared such treatment once she joined the army. Alas. Yep. I only hope that with time, Allie can put the past behind her and make a new life for herself. But for now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It is Valdalin's turn to keep watch. Let us ask him if there has been any change. It's Fordola all over again. Cool. I suppose you're here to ask about Allie. Is she well enough to speak with us? As her condition has improved somewhat, I would say so, provided you do not cause her any undue distress. Wait here. No promises. We're kind of stressful to be around. Why'd they have to bring her out here? Oh, because they didn't want to model an interior. That's why. Never mind. Allie, I am sorry. What happened to Rex? It was my fault. Melisandre and Rickon too. They died because of me and my foolish ambitions. Father, no. This cannot go on. Please, Allie, you must tell me all you know. Of course. First, I need to know what became of you and your siblings after we were parted. So much has happened. It seems like a lifetime ago. After your disappearance, we were all assigned to the newly reformed 7th Legion. At first, each Legatus was quickly replaced by the next, until eventually a man named Valens Van Varo, oh, that's a fun name, Valens Van Varo, I think they said that already, but I didn't notice, was given command. He was sent from the capital, but before that he was a specialist in experimental magitech weaponry. We later discovered that he was ordered by Emperor Varus to complete a project involving anti-primal war machina, the weapons. But after the Emperor's death, he was free to employ whatever methods he saw fit, and his greed for power only grew. Oh, there they are. Some even say he's planning to use the power of the weapons to lay claim to the throne. But I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapon project. Not that he'd tell anyone, but he's always muttering to himself, and I've been able to put the pieces together. He's jealous of you, Father. Valens Van Varo. I must admit, it was only recently that I first heard that name. Valens used his knowledge of magitech to devise various military strategies. He was given a position in the army and quickly rose through the ranks. That was until one man stood in his way. You, Father. He was one of the candidates to lead the new 14th Legion, but that role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, who was in charge of restoring the Ultima weapon. Valens has resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals you upheld, where you treated those who served the Empire based on merit rather than upon their race or origin. Valens is adamant that pure-blooded Garleans are superior to all others. It never ceases to amaze me how far some will go in the name of revenge. All that hatred festering away. Nothing good could ever come of it. Awkward. So, the marks on your body are his handiwork. Uh-oh. Yes, okay. I was about to say, is like, if it's no, it's gonna be more fucked up. But thankfully it was yes, which is lesser of two evils, let's say. Yes, to Valens and his men, we are no more than fodder for his experiments, playthings on which they can vent their frustrations. Every day is filled with nothing but pain. If I had remained in Garlemald, you would have never been forced to endure this abuse. It's not your fault, Father. We could have fled from Valens if we'd wanted to. After all, we're expendable and easily replaced. The truth is, that's exactly why we couldn't run. In saving ourselves, we would be contemning others. But if we were to stay to see the weapon project to its completion, we would gain the power to defeat Valens and then the Empire itself, freeing the world from its tyranny. I kind of figured that was going to happen. That way, we might start afresh and find a place we can call home. And not just for us, but for anyone who wishes to live in peace. We would give your lives for a future you may not yet live to see. You took courage from your teachings, Father. The strong must lead the weak, and we would gain that strength by whatever means necessary. We will fight for the sake of those who cannot. But we knew that you'd never consent to our participation in the weapon project, which is why we couldn't turn to you for help. As the pilots, we're the only one who are able to stop Valens. Oh, excuse me. We know just how powerful the weapons are. He would use them to bring the world to its knees. And his masterpiece is the worst of them all. Diamond weapon. If only I could get my hands on it, then I could save Alphonse and all of Werlyt. The patch content for Shadowbringers has been having these like inner monologues recently. It happened first in the normal raid, and now it's happening here. It's interesting though. I don't dislike it. Father, I know you and Alphonse stand on opposing sides of this conflict, but there must be some way you can help him. He may have called you our enemy before, but he never meant it. He still loves you, Father. You are everything he aspires to be. I have failed him, failed you all. But I refuse to abandon him to his fate. I will free him from Valens if it is the last thing I do. Thank you. He needs you, now more than ever. Listen, Ali, I once sought the strength to rebuild the world as I saw fit, but the ultimate weapon was born not to create, but to destroy. Alphonse must not follow in my footsteps. I know all too well where they lead. I will do all I can to help your brother. Pray, tell me where he is. I'm sorry, I don't know where he could be. In that case, I shall have the Alliance dispatch shouts. Wherever he is, we will find him. As for you, Ali, you must stay here and rest. Wait, you're the one who fought Rex Rickon and Melisandre, aren't you? Yeah. We're the ones who threatened your homeland. You only did what you had to do. Oh, thank God. Understanding. Oh, that's so nice to see that someone gets that, like, well, you kinda had to kill us, so I can't be that mad. Thank you. I have no right to ask this of you, but... lend my father your strength. Save Alphonse. I know now why they call you hero. Because I'm strong as fuck. Alphonse, I'll do what I must for you, even if it means going against father's wishes. But I have a good feeling about his new friend. I am oozing light. That's why. Severo, see that she has everything she needs. Our allies must be informed of these troubling events. May I ask you to relay this news to the troops in Gurabanya? Your loving father act may fool the others, guys, but not me. For every life you've saved, you've ended 1,000 more. Or is this your idea of redemption? Call it what you will. For all my transgressions, I believe I still have a part to play. Was I wrong to spare you that day, or will you honor your word? It seems the time has come for the Black Wolf to show his true colors. Alright, back we go. There's another game that did that very well. Has anyone in chat played Ghost of Tsushima, or Minds If I Spoil Ghost of Tsushima? It's a fairly large story spoiler. Right, it's back here. If you haven't played Ghost of Tsushima, I actually really recommend it. It's up there for some of my favorite games of all time. One of the most, if not the most beautiful game I've ever played in my life. Like, I put it up there as far as, like, visuals. I put it up there with my favorite game of all time, which is Okami. So, like, that is a high bar, but it meets it. Always wanted to play it since it came out. Alas, no PlayStation. Ah, yes. Good old Sony exclusive, getting ya. Well, then I will not spoil it for you. I don't think the story is not really its best selling point. I don't think it's bad necessarily, but it's not as strong as it could be. But I will not spoil it for your sake. But yeah, I really recommend it. That game is one of the most gorgeous games I've ever played in my life, and it's a good game besides. The combat is really fun, and meanwhile, in the 7th Legion's Correction Chamber, the combat is fun, the world's pretty cool to explore. You get to be a dope-ass samurai? What's not to love? 3 weapons, 3 pitiful displays of ineptitude. Oh. Hardcore torture, huh? To make matters worse, one of my prime candidates, your precious sister, no less, has escaped. Oh, and he gets the kids to do it? Oh, yeah, this guy's card-carrying villain, no question. And who should she go crawling back to but that swine Gaius? After everything I've done for her. This is how she repays me. As her older brother, it's your responsibility to instill some discipline in her, and you failed miserably. Well, don't just stand there, boy. Yeah, this guy is one of the, like, the most evil characters in the game we've run into so far. Like, up until this point, I think the most evil character we run into is, like, probably Xenos? Because Xenos does all the terrible shit that he does just because he wants a good fight. So there's no, like, moral reason as to why he does it, but, like, everyone else has some sort of, like alternative, like, motivation of, like, I'm trying to do this for the good of everyone, actually, or the good of the people I care about. This guy is just, like, he's just evil all the way down. Oh, of course, it's your first time, isn't it? Come along, there's no need to be shy. I don't think his shadow changed when he took that helmet off. Now we get to see his face. That's a face, all right. You see, something wicked has taken hold of this young man, and it's our job to cleanse his troubled spirit. It may look painful, but that's the only way, I assure you. He'll be ever so grateful, and you want him to get better, don't you? There's a good boy. Now let's try again, shall we? Burn out the bad. Burn out the bad. Wow. Burn out the bad. Burn out the bad. Okay, yep, this is, this is the most villainous we've seen any character. That's, yeah. Like, even the Ashians, for all the terrible shit they did, they just wanted to restore the world as they knew it. This guy is just... I fucking love that animation, though. That's hilarious. Yeah, this guy is fucking awful. Well done, you've all made Father proud. Very proud indeed. Oh, he makes him call him Father. Fuck you. As for you... I thought you were a cut above the rest of the savages, but it appears I was mistaken. And since you allowed that wretched sisters of yours to escape, it falls to you to act as her replacement. I choose you as the next pilot, and your mission is simple. Kill Gaius Van Belsar, whatever it takes. If you so much as entertain the idea of betraying me again, I'll exterminate every last one of your kind. Unironically makes my blood boil. Yeah, this guy is... like the vermin they are. This guy is like full-blown supervillain evil. Having said that, we will be forcibly initiating Oversoul using Xenos' combat data. Oh, Xenos? Christ. So whatever schemes you may be hatching will never come to pass. All you need to do is sit back and let the synthetic Aurosite system do the work, with you as its conduit. You should thank me for allowing you to become part of my masterpiece. Your worthless existence will finally have some semblance of meaning. If this guy isn't dead by the end of this trial series, or we don't personally get the chance to kill this guy, or maybe Ali doesn't get the chance to kill this guy, or Gaius, I'm going to be pissed off. If this guy ends up surviving, I'm going to be furious. Lord Valens, preparations for the Oversoul trial are complete. We await your orders. Like, there's no way they get to make this someone this comedically evil. Or comically evil, not comedically. This comically evil and, like, not have him die at the end of the story. Splendid. There's never a dull moment around here. Now then, boys, who'd like to see something special? Come along, everyone. Father has secrets to share with you. Easily the most evil Imperial we've seen so far. Oh, he's got the Sky Pirate striking boots on. I have those. This is my chance, and it's all thanks to the sacrifices made by my dear siblings. Finally, the weapon will be mine to command. Once it has reached perfection, I will be unstoppable. First Valens, then the Empire itself will fall, and we will be free at last. Father, keep Ali safe. I don't know if you can see that in the resolution, but it showed the pictures of Melisandre, Rickon, and Rex. My stream quality is kind of shit. Until then, watch over me. Given that I had trouble seeing it and I'm viewing it in 1080p. Oh boy. So, is it ready or not? The trial sequence has been primed, sir. Then get on with it. Initiating synthetic RSI system, loading diamond weapon simulation. This man does not seem willing. What's going on? I can make it out, but then I also have the benefit of knowing what it was meant to be. Fair. You're helping us with a little research is all. Whatever your name is. The time has come for you to contribute to the glory of Gallermald. This isn't what we agreed. You said that if I took part in the experiment, you'd let my family go. You have Xenos' data loaded, yes? Activate Oversoul and be quick about it. Understood, Lord Valens. Galvus combat sample ready. Initiating organic core overwrites. Ah! My mind is no. If this is what it takes to protect you both, I love you. I'm so sorry. Oh, God. He's fine, right? Where is my prey? Nope, he's not. Organic core override complete. Xenos CA Galvus data loaded. The subject is instinctively bound to seek out prey right from the outset. Regardless of the combat prowess it may boast, I need an obedient service, not a ravenous beast. Enough. Shut it down. Deactivating synthetic orosite system. Oh boy. How revolting. What a mess it made of the cockpit. Adjust the settings and prepare for another run. Fortunately, we have the next test subject ready and waiting. Oh my fucking really, dude? But sir, you agreed to release his family in exchange for his cooperation. That's not going to go over well. Fucking asshole. My, I never knew you had such a wonderful sense of humor. The great Valens von Varro, bargaining with savages. Ha! More fool for him for trusting me in the first place. Jesus Christ. I'm fully expecting a cutscene where, like, this man drop kicks a puppy. Like, he's just, like, in his room, and it's like, oh, I'm just passing the time. Mark! Fucking puppy goes flying past the frame. Ah, Lance, I was hoping I might have a word with you. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid us in getting the town back on its feet, helping the residents, that sort of thing. We all Amigans know how hard life can be for a society struggling to stand on its own after years of Imperial rule. A lot of what most people would take for granted has to be rebuilt from the ground up. While we're able to assist when it comes to providing basic resources and keeping the place safe, there are countless other problems that need attending to. If you can spare the time, we could use your help. Bless you, Lance. You really are a saint. I'm sure the people of Turncliffe will benefit from you having someone like you around. Once you're ready, have a word with your usual escort. I wish you all the best. Alright, back we go. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility that we could see Valens, like, drop a puppy in a blender. It would be in character at this point. Alright, well, I guess we're, doing some odd jobs. Hello. You're the one who piloted that war machina and defeated the Sapphire weapon, aren't you? How do you know that? Like, I guess word gets around. I thought so. I've heard much about you, but I doubt you know who I am. My name is Avelina, and I grew up here. I stayed throughout the occupation and was put to work as a Magitech engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we are now rid of the Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For 10 long years, we have suffered at their hands. A whole generation of young people were forced into the army and set off to die in some distant land. I suppose I could be considered one of the lucky few. My work here has kept me away from the battlefield, and I hope that my contributions might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honor their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sake, to prove that they haven't been forgotten, a monument bearing their names. To ensure that not a single person is omitted, I need to see the official list of conscripts. If one still exists, it would be inside the Imperial facility beneath the town, but with the resistance troops and the Ironworks engineers closing the place off, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word with them for me. I'll leave as soon as I find the list. Okay. Thank you. I'll follow your lead. That shouldn't be a huge problem. Doesn't seem like the sort of thing that's really useful for, like, a spy to have. Something I can help you with? He neither is. Biggs knockoff? I see. It's a bit unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in the Imperial's leavings, but it seems she has her reasons. Did you even ask, or did you just see all the soldiers here and we're like, nope, can't get in? Because this guy seems pretty agreeable. Since we're still carrying out our investigations, we've closed the place off to prevent anyone interfering. Considering it's you who's asking, though, I can hardly say no. Still, I'd better go with her in case the others kick up a fuss. You're very kind. Yeah, alright. Can we have Biggs? No, we have Biggs at home. Biggs at home. I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. You have my thanks. Think nothing of it. I was glad to help. As I'd suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records of their local conscripts. One name in particular stood out to me. My friend, Melisande. Melisandre. I had no idea she'd been assigned to the 7th Legion of all places. How did you know her? It all began while we were serving together in the 14th Legion. We had so much in common, being both drafted from the same occupied territory, and we soon became firm friends. Then one day she was sent to fight in Eorzea while I remained here. The day before she left, she came to say goodbye, together with her foster siblings from the orphanage. The youngest one, Rickon, was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with their adopted father, Gaius van Belsar, before they departed. It was actually another one of his orphans, Livius Sasjunis, who forbade them... It should be forbade them, I think? Forbade them from seeing him. Yeah, because that's not the right tense. Anyways, I can't say for certain, but it seems that Livia had a strong attachment to Gaius and wouldn't let anyone else near him. As far as I could tell, he tried to keep his best to keep Livia at arm's length whenever possible, but her devotion to him was bordering on obsession, and so she became extremely jealous at the slightest sign of affection between him and his other wards. Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, Prefectus Castrorum of the 14th Legion came specifically to meet them. While I was surprised that a Rogadin had risen to such a rank, I was even more taken aback by the unguarded manner in which he spoke with his subordinates. I'd hoped that with people like him serving on the Eorzean front, they would be in safe hands. Then the time came for Melisandre to leave. We shared a few final words, and then she was gone. It would be the last I ever saw of her. After that, I was assigned to the Tribunus... Lataclavius of the 14th, Nero Tolskeva, and I worked on restoring the Ultima weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed, but I escaped aboard an Imperial ship moments before it came crashing down. I eventually made my way back to Werlyt, only to be drafted into the 7th Legion to continue working on the weapon project. Even now, it makes me sick to my stomach to think I'd helped bring those abominations into the world. Using a living pilot to feed the weapon's core was part of the design from the very beginning. Of course, they'd never dream of subjecting a trueborn Garlean to such barbaric treatment, not when the 7th Legion has a ready supply of provincial conscripts ripe for the taking. The pilots were referred to only by their code names, and we engineers were not made privy to their true identities. Even with this list of conscripts, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the weapon project. Your skills and knowledge can finally be put to good use. I'm not going to gas her up like the second one. That's a lot. Well, what can I do? For years, all I've known is how to build tools of destruction. Well, we happen to kind of need those right now. The 7th Legion is far from finished. They're biding their time, waiting until the right moment to unleash the final weapon. And when they do, we'll bring naught but death and woe to all who stand in their way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Melisandre would still be here. She was the kindest person I ever met, but to the Empire, she was just another pawn in their games. I will never forget her. There's a way I can make a difference. I know there is. But first, I need to speak with the members of the Ironworks. I have a feeling that war machina you used to beat the Sapphire weapon will be called into action again. Until then, there's still time to make improvements, and I intend to help. I'll still be going ahead with the plan to build a monument, but stopping the Empire must come first. I hope Melisandre and the others can wait a little longer. Ooh, is the G-Warrior coming back? G-Warrior's pretty fucking rad. Before I go, allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I have done if it weren't for you. Until we meet again. Alright. Back to Praetoria. Or Porta Praetoria, not Praetoria. I only need 3 more of these? What? Hang on. I swear I've not done 17 fates. But I did do quite a bit of running around. Oh, shit, maybe it was faster than I thought. I guess they don't take that long. They spend about 5 minutes. Or they take about 5 minutes. You spend 5 minutes doing them. So how was your time in Turncliffe? I see. Fate has dealt her a cruel hand, but she has a chance to make a fresh start. The same could be said for the whole of Turncliffe. It seems the liberation of that one small town will become a pivotal moment in Werlyt's history. Perhaps it won't be too long before the rest of the region is free from the Empire. Naturally, we'd be honored to fight alongside the people of Werlyt. We won't rest until the Imperials are sent fleeing with their tails between their legs. Until that day arrives, we'll carry on doing our bit to support you and the others in ending the weapon project. I'll be sure to pass on any pertinent information. In the meantime, take care. How about now? Duty in the sky with diamond. Nice reference. You've come at the right time. There have been some developments in the Werlyt we'd like to share with you. And as luck would have it, here comes the ideal person to explain the situation. Thanks, I'll take it from here. Oh, Monago! What's up? I'm glad to see you looking so well. Don't fucking give me question marks for her name. I know who she is. Oh, God. Oh, I'm really tempted to say I don't remember her. But of course I remember her. Only an expansion ago. Yes, it certainly has. I haven't seen you around Rauger's Reach much lately. Anything would think you're trying to avoid me. I kind of jumped dimensions. It's complicated. But as much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I'm afraid I've got some serious business to discuss. Following the liberation of Turncliffe, it seems the people of Werlyt have their hearts set on freeing themselves from the grip of the Empire. Like-minded citizens have rallied under the banner of the Werlyt revolutionaries, and they aim to dispose the 7th Legion that currently occupies the city. Their ranks include many former conscripts, and between them, they possess no small amount of combat experience. The only thing they lack is someone to lead them. After much consideration, they decided to turn to none other than Gaius Baelsar. Of course, many would balk at the thought of turning to a former enemy, and many did, but desperate times call for desperate measures. His reputation as a legatist speaks for itself, and as most Alagmegans will attest, he was a far more reasonable and pragmatic leader than his predecessor, the Mad King Theodoric, or his successor, Xenos, for that matter. But most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Werlyt in the first place, so who better than him to take it back? After accepting their offer, he requested the delivery of additional arms and provisions from the Alamegan resistance. Not that we have much to spare at present, but we'll do what we can. While my comrades see to preparations, I've been assigned to meet with him in person. I was wondering, could you accompany me to Turncliffe? Sure. Thanks, Lance. To be perfectly honest, coming face to face with the Black Wolf is a rather daunting prospect, even if he has supposedly turned over a new leaf. But I'm sure having you there will make a world of difference. I believe you're acquainted with our escort, yes? Let him know when you're ready to get going. Alright. Let's do it. By the time I queue for this, it's probably going to be 1 AM, but that's fine. I don't know why I didn't just fly here. For some reason I decided to walk. Me again. Getting kind of hot. It's been a lot warmer recently. I'm not used to it. I'm used to fucking freezing in here. Ah, Gaius Baelsar, I presume. I come bearing the Alamegan Resistance official reply to your request for aid. I see. You have my thanks. Does this mean we can finally make our move? With the assistance of the Alamegans, we will soon have sufficient arms at our disposal to stand a chance at victory. But lest we forget, the 7th Legion has been conserving its strength thus far, and we must be prepared for severe casualties should its full might be brought to bear. If our lives must be the price of freedom, we will pay it willingly. Let me be clear, we Alamegans have not forgotten that it was you who led the invasion of our homeland. The blood of our fallen loved ones is on your hands. Even so, the people of Werlyt chose you to lead the revolution, and we will honor their decision. I only hope they will not come to regret it. As do I. Should I be found unworthy of their trust, I shall submit to their judgment in whatever that may entail. Forgive me, but might we return to the task at hand? First, I would like to discuss the transportation of supplies from Alamigo. This way, if you please. Once again, I prepare to lead an army into Werlyt. The irony is not lost on me. It is a cruel twist of fate that these people, so desperate from years of oppression, should turn to their conqueror for salvation. For most of my life, I believed that only the Empire possessed the strength and wisdom to lead mankind, that only through great sacrifice could civilization hope to thrive. And so I led the conquest of Eorzea, forcing the doctrine of Garlemald upon the ignorant and uncivilized. In every territory I sought out those with the potential for greatness, without regard for one's birth or circumstances, that they may serve the Empire. But there are those such as Valens who see being born as Garlean a virtue in itself, one above others. To think that a monster such as him should be granted the position of Legatus and everything that entails, it makes my blood boil. Valens brings shame upon our homeland and makes mock of the ideals it once stood for. By my hand he shall pay for his foul crimes. We're running out of time, guys. We have to go after her. Huh? There is something I would show you, but not here. Come with me. Don't tell me Ali escaped. Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear it. Unless it's something to do with that, other engineer girl. Hello, Resunaisu. Must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers to think I am being distracted by personal matters. Yep, Ali escaped. This letter was found in her room. Dear Father, I am sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but the thought of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I can bear. For his sake and for the freedom of Werlyt, I have decided to take matters into my own hands. I know of a way to save them, a way to end it all. I have to seize this chance before it's too late. My mind is set. Please do not try to stop me, Father. The days we spent together were the happiest of my life, and no matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. With all my love, Ali. She is heading for the 7th Legion's stronghold in Werlyt. I am certain of it. Taking matters into her own hands. She must be planning to take control of one of the weapons. If so, there is no time to waste. We might have to mobilize our forces and save Ali and Alphonse. I want nothing more than to save them, but I cannot ask the Werlyt revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. If any case, if we were to rush into battle without adequate preparation, the 7th Legion would tear our partisan army to shreds. And as capable a warrior as Lance is, if he were to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy, he would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Yeah, probably. I know what it's like to overpull. But if we don't do something, Ali and Alphonse are as good as dead. I know Severa, and so did Ali when she wrote that letter. Returning alive was never part of her plan. Oh. I'm receiving a call. Can you hear me? I'm in Werlyt, just outside Castrum Calinum. All hells have broken loose. There was an enormous explosion, and through the smoke and flames I saw what appeared to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire... Confounded, we have lost the signal. This was what Ali spoke of her in her letter, a way to end it all. Alphonse and the others were planning from the beginning. To bring the weapon project to completion and use it to free Werlyt from the Empire, even at the cost of their own lives. If the revolutionaries were to hear that a weapon has been unleashed upon the Imperial headquarters, they would see it as the perfect opportunity to strike. If it's running amok, it may not distinguish between our allies and the Imperials. A large force would draw too much attention, but the 3 of us should be able to get close enough without it noticing us. Say like a group of 8 people. Between us, we'll find a way to save them. I count it all out. This is my burden to bear, and I shall bear it alone. I'll have you know my record for surviving dangerous missions is impeccable so far. I have a history with this sort of thing. Very well. For the time being, I will have the revolutionaries stand by and await my signal. An opportunity to reclaim Werlyt may yet present itself, but we must first be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Sever, have Sid ready the G-Warrior. Understood. Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar. Meanwhile, sometime earlier in the 7th Legion's Werlyt headquarters. Oh, great. How wonderful it is to see you again, my dear. I was beginning to think that you weren't coming back. In my impatience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. Lord Valens, you mentioned before that the previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather combat data within their cores. Yes, very good. I see you were paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. The primals they absorbed and the data they accumulated will serve a single purpose. The completion of my masterpiece, the diamond weapon. But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the Ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackeys arrived, Sapphire and Emerald were handed to the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations. As detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius Belsar's band of rebels and reclaim the data. Yes, you have done well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it to the diamond weapon. This is not going to go well. And all that remains is for me to assume my role as its pilot and for you to release my brother and the rest of our compatriots, as per our agreement. Of course, a handful of savages is a small price to pay for your remarkable talents. He's absolutely not going to do that. We've already seen how much his word is worth. Even though the weapon project's revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only the truly gifted can draw out the full potential of the synthetic orosite. In addition to their physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations. And you are everything I desire. I am honored that you regard me so highly, Lord Valens. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition unto our arrangement. I request that the people of Werlyt be given full imperial citizenship and the right to self-govern. My, how very bold of you, and quite astute at that. Yes, I could grant the people of Werlyt citizenship if I so desired. Unfortunately, a mere legatist such as myself is in no position to simply relinquish control of imperial territory on a whim. Come now, we both know that the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself, correct? Once you have taken the throne, or one small territory would seem a fair reward for those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens. I say, for someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well, if it's Werlyt you want, it's yours. I'll soon have no need for this stinking backwater province anyway. And what about my brother? Yes, Alwick, or was it Alfred? Whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I have made special arrangements for him. Yep, he's dead. He'll be perfectly safe, provided you uphold your side of the agreement. Excellent. Now, let's get you aboard the diamond weapon, shall we? One step closer to my coronation. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I know this isn't what Father would have wanted, but it's the only way. Please forgive me. Looks a lot like the, Sazabi, I think? Initiating the synthetic aurosite system. All sensors activated. So far, so good. Diamond weapon, codename Xenos. Commencing activation sequence. Actually, no. It looks like the, Oh, it starts with a Q. Queerly, I think? Yeah. Behold, perfection itself! Melisandre, Rickon, and Rex gave their lives, that others may live without fear. The Aurosite is taking hold. I'm just glad that you didn't have to go through this, Alphonse, but you'll have to go on without me. You and Father must still work together to... Ah! I'm sorry I can't be at your side. This is the only way. What's that, my dear? Is something the matter? The diamond weapon is mine. Your tyranny ends here, Valens. I told you. Joysticks forward does everything. Also, the fact that it's using the ultimate weapon theme is rad. God, this thing looks cool. Oh, that's rad. Actually, this thing might be closer to the Nightingale, because I think the Nightingale had shoulder pods like that. Oh, born filth, if you think your little performance had me fooled, you are sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down. Yes, my lord, transmitting deactivation signal. Well, that was short-lived. It's not responding. Really? Did you not think that you would have a shut-off button? That insolent whelp had me worried for a moment. Bring her to me alive, even if it means damaging the machine. When I am through with her, she will beg for death. Yeah, of course he's gonna have an off switch, like... Yeah, I think that's the... Actually looks closer to the Nightingale than anything else. No, I can't let it end like this. Melisandre, Rick, and Rex, guide my hand. Alphonse, wherever you are, lend me your strength. Combat sample, ready. Initiating Overmind. Subject name. Overmind? What is that? Ah! This can't be. It's ignoring the shutdown signal and initiating Overmind. But how? I don't care how. Stop that thing before it brings down the whole castrum. I have bad news. Yep, he's dead. Ali got the kill. That's acceptable. That's a W in my books. Well, not entirely sure what happened there, but I'm assuming we're going to find out. But the fact that it is kind of wrecking shit is a bit of a concern. Ready to depart? I'll send for Master Garland. We all expected another weapon to appear sooner or later, but not quite like this. According to Valdalin, after it finished laying waste to the headquarters of the 7th Legion, it took to the sky. Though this has dealt a massive blow to the Imperial forces, I am certain that Ali is on board the weapon. It must be halted before she comes to harm, and for that I need the G-Warrior and airships to transport it. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days as the Black Wolf, your penchant for gigantic war machina. Hey man, they're cool. But if this means the G-Warrior has another chance to shine, I'd be happy to oblige. Only this time, rather than having it unceremoniously towed by airships, I have a more dynamic entry in mind. I know it said dynamic entrance, but my mind auto-corrected. It's good to see you again, Lance. Hi. From what I hear, we have you to thank for Avelina volunteering to help the Iron Mercs. Since she joined the team, our work has come on leaps and bounds. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to finally put my knowledge and skills to good use. And as far as I can tell, your target is the diamond weapon, the most powerful of them all. What's worse, its design incorporates all the combat data and abilities of the other weapons, making it far more formidable than those you encountered before. Thankfully, we've had some time to prepare for such an occasion. Would you care to elaborate? Let me put it like this. Thanks to Avelina's tireless dedication, the G-Warrior has been reborn. Hell yeah, mid-season upgrade. But there'll be time to explain more on the way. Come on, the Enterprise is waiting. Oh, hell yeah. Jesus. That is large. Oh, are we gonna fight on top of that? Very impressive, but what, may I ask what purpose it serves? Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've added a means of capturing the diamond weapon. We've come to save lives, not to end them, and for that reason the G-Warrior has been reborn. I represent to you the G-Savior. That's... I think the G-Savior is actually the name of a Gundam from G-Rekka. Might be from Build Divers Re. Might be a variant of the G-Self. Oh well. He's pretty fucking cool though. Oh shit, we actually get to be up here? That's cool. Once again, Sid and his engineers have provided precisely what we require before we even knew it ourselves. Yeah, it does that. Due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while Lance handles the various armaments. Agreed. There will be little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so we must succeed at all costs. The cloud deck. Sick. Let's do it. Oh, this one's only 9 minutes. Oh. That's enough time to get some fates in. This is not going to help me. This is really, really cool. This has so many like awesome inspirations from mecha anime, and I love that so much. It's really rekindling my my obsession over mecha. Like I've said before, I've wanted to build Gunpla on stream for a long time. It's just the setup for it is kind of rough. It's probably the best fight mechanically. Keep an eye on the actual boss. He has cues. Ah. Visual based. I can dig it. That's what the Alliance raid for Shadowbringers have a lot of. And I like that. still gotta do the puppet bunker more to get the Reaper chest that I want out of that. And the tank chest out of that as well. I want like all of the gear from that raid. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll trial out some gunpla building at some point. Just, man, I don't know, like, I don't know how I'd set it up. Maybe if I moved this monitor, like, way back. I'd have to position my webcam somehow, but I could repurpose. I have stands for the VR that I could repurpose for that. You wouldn't be able to see my face, but that is the trade-off. Because building gunpla on the stream is something that I've wanted to do for a very long time. I have gunpla kits just like sitting there. And I do love gunpla, so an excuse to build it as often as possible is something I welcome. But yeah, I don't know. I'd also love to build a master grade, but I'd have to buy one. Master grades are expensive. I don't have the money right now. But I do want to build one at some point, because I've never built a master grade. Only high grades and real grades. Mind you, I built some pretty crazy real grades. I built the full armor unicorn real grade, and that one is no joke. But yeah, I really want to get into more gunpla building. Just expensive, unfortunately. I think that's 18. What's the next one? I'm way over there. I can make it. Only need 2 more of these. I'd also have to sort out a playlist. I think I have one, but I don't know if it's fully stream safe. It should be fine, because we've used it on stream before. But I'd have to double check. Although I'd like a more expansive playlist than what we have, because it's mainly just a bunch of relaxing soundtracks from IBO and Unicorn Gundam, which is nice, but there's not that many tracks, so it ends up looping eventually, and so it can get a little get to be a little bit much. But yeah, I fucking love gunpla. I haven't built any in a while, but it's not for lack of interest. Just I wanted a good excuse to do it, rather than just building it like in my free time, because I wanted to do it on stream. But also, I don't know when I would fit it in on my schedule, besides like streaming another day. Because I do FF14 3 times a week, and I think that's a pretty good amount. I don't want to make it 2 times a week. I feel like I wouldn't be getting enough done. But I don't know if I want to stream another day of the week is the thing. I don't know. I'll think about it. Our schedules are always kind of up in the air. What happened there? I cancel it by accident? I might have done that. I also don't know what I would make my first Master Grade. I said for a long time it would be the Blitz Gundam from Seed. And that one is a good choice. But there's also, there's been some more Master Grades that have come out that I'm really interested in. I have the Strike series of Gundams in real grade form. By that I mean the Strike, the Freedom, the Perfect Strike, technically. The Perfect Strike, the Freedom, the Strike Freedom, and the Build Strike. That's sort of the Strike family, as I've always figured it. And I'd love to do that in Master Grade form. But the Perfect Strike is the odd man out. It's hard to find Perfect Strike kits, because there's not a lot of them. But I'm fairly certain there's a Perfect Strike Master Grade. And the rest of them do have Master Grades, that I know for sure. And the Master Grade Freedom 2.0 is apparently one of the best kits they've ever made. And I do quite like the Freedom. I didn't like the Freedom for a long time, to be honest. I wasn't a big fan of it, but I came around on it. Actually became one of my favorites, my favorite mobile suits after I gave it more of a chance. I think the thing is I don't like the giant railguns on the hips, and I don't like the way the wings look when they're folded in. One more. Really? Are you getting? All right. Just quickly do this. Although my my white whale when it comes to Gundam kits is I have two technically. One is the Perfect Strike, or the Perfect Grade Perfect Strike. It's my favorite Gundam suit in Perfect Grade, which is nuts. It's like fucking $400, like $500 or something stupid. It's really expensive. But I would love to make it one day. And the other one is the Zabanya Final Mission version, which they just in December of last year, they just released. I opened up pre-orders for a P-Bandai kit of that, and I want it real bad. That one's a lot more obtainable. That one will probably set me back 50-60 bucks if I get it right away. The longer I wait, the longer it's going to, or the more it's going to cost me. Because that's how premium kits work. They don't keep reprinting them. But yeah, I want the Final Mission Zabanya real bad. Because that's another one of my favorite kits, or my favorite suits. Despite the fact that I've never seen the movie it's from. It's from the Awakening of the Trailblazers, or 00 Awakening of the Trailblazer movie. Never seen it. But I have seen the Zabanya, and it looks rad as hell. I've also seen the other suits that are from it. I am less interested in them. That's where the 00 Quanti is from. And I don't think the 00 Quanti is bad, but I'm not a huge fan of it. I'd like my kits to be a little more solidly built, and the 00 Quanti looks a little too futuristic. I like them when they look more like military machines, because that's what it's. That's the origin of Gundam, is making mech suits military machines. That's one of the major problems I have with G-Reco. Is G-Reco has like one of the worst suit designs I've ever seen, because it looks like it's. It looks like something you would see in like a Super Sentai show. Of like, it's just way too rounded. It's just so antithetical to what Gundam is. In my opinion. Others may disagree. G-Reco sucks for many more reasons besides its suit designs. But yeah, there's also the Zabanyas, the upgrade. They're not technically upgrades to the Cheridim, which is also a cool kit or a cool set. But then like there's the Harute, I believe. The successor to the Kyrios, I want to say. No, the Kyrios was the Season 1 one. What was the Season 2 one? Shoot, I don't remember. I'll have to look it up again. But it's the successor to the orange one. The one that's the transforming suit. That one that goes into flight mode. Which I'm not crazy about transforming suits in general. I think, generally speaking, they're unnecessary designs. Because they're in space, right? You don't need to shift to a more aerodynamic form unless you're in atmosphere. It just doesn't really make any sense. Better than the Virtue, though. I hate the Virtue with a burning passion. As well as the, all of the suits in that line that came after it. Easily some of my least favorite suits. And my least favorite suit in 00 for sure. I fucking hate the Virtue. The reason I hate the Virtue is because it's a super bulky design, which isn't bad. The problem is that the bulkiness is supposed to be armor, but every time you actually see it in action, it doesn't use it as armor because it deploys a barrier. And then it can purge that armor for some reason and have like a smaller mode. It's just, it's so strangely designed as far as its mechanics. That's 20, perfect. That it's so ass backwards. It doesn't need to be designed the way that it is, and that annoys me. Okay, so where do we have to go for the rest of these? Oh, right, I should. Let me unclick those. This is the Seeking Inspiration? No. For want of a memory, here we go. So I got the ones in the Sea of Clouds. Oh, it doesn't tell me. It's because I have to look at the actual guide. I believe it's per zone. So like Abolethia Spine, these two zones will give the same thing. I believe Dravanya and the Churning Mists. Oh, wait, actually, there's 3 zones. Well, Krothos is going to be different for sure, so we'll go there next. Start working on those memories. I want the resistance weapon for Red Mage real bad. Because I think it's my favorite Red Mage weapon that I've seen. Particularly the 4th stage. I don't think that I like the last stages of really any of the resistance weapons. But I like the 4th stage a lot for like all of them. So that's my plan, is to get as many of those as I can. And it looks like it's not too hard to farm for them. You just have to do a bunch of fates, and it really doesn't take that long to do 20 fates. Someone's doing this one. Oh, that reminds me. You guys got the right idea. Gotta summon your Chocobo. Important. Yeah, I don't know. I'll do some brainstorming on the Gunpla stream. Also, the other thing is, I don't think anybody that is part of my current audience really gives a shit about Gunpla. I think I'm kind of the only one, because I've not really built an audience for it. Maybe could bring in some new people, possibly. But I don't know. We'll see. Oh, I'm getting ice crystals from these. That's nice. Nice. Tortured memory. Oh, this is the same one. Fuck. I guess I'll keep it for the other other ones. Okay, well, that's not going to help. So next we'll go to Trebanya. And we'll grab stuff in... Let's grab stuff in the Dravanian Forelands. Yep, this is going to take a half an hour to queue, like the last one. Nobody's queuing for this. Alright. That's fine, we get to, I get to yammer on about Gundam. I really gotta start, progress on the Universal Century. Which is like, for those of you who don't know, Gundam has a lot of different timelines and a lot of different disconnected universes. There's always constants between them, but they're all technically separate. Like the 00, Gundam 00, that's in its own universe compared to like Gundam Unicorn. But the Universal Century is like the main timeline that the majority of the shows are set in. And it has a lot of shows in it. And I should really get some progress on that. Unfortunately, I have to start with, like, the original Gundam from, like, 1979. Which has, I don't know how well it's aged. We'll see. But I want to get to the point where I can watch Gundam Unicorn and get all the references to earlier in the timeline. I'll start at Gundam 1 and watch everything. That's a lot. Especially if you're like not even considering the stuff that isn't Universal Century. 'Cause then you gotta watch shit like G-Reco and Turn A. And G-Gundam. People love G-Gundam because it's like all of Gundam is a very serious like military story. It's got a lot of drama in it, and it takes itself very seriously. Whereas G Gundam is like complete off the walls madness of like it's a battle tournament, but this Gundam is a windmill. Fucking crazy, right? And so people love it for that aspect of like, you know, it's something different. I'm not one of them. I don't like G Gundam at all. I like Gundam for what it is. And I'm also not crazy about really any of the suit designs from G Gundam. I mean, everyone likes Nether Gundam for the memes, because, you know, it's a giant windmill, but it's a mech. So, you know, people meme on it, but... Or like Tequila Gundam. Like that wacky shit, but if I want like a lighthearted Gundam, I watch stuff like the Build series, like Build Fighters and Build Divers and stuff. I think those are better made in my opinion. They're also much more modern. And they still take themselves somewhat seriously. They're just a lot more lighthearted because, you know, it's not people living and dying on a battlefield. It's a bunch of kids basically like playing a video game. I'm still waiting for them to make like the Build Divers video game. Because, like, Build Divers is basically, like, it's all a virtual world that they created. And then people just, like, go into it, like VR chat. There we go, that's a different one. It's Soulful Memory of the Dying. I do not need wolf fangs, so get rid of those. And, like, considering you can, like, already kind of do that, and they don't need to make it, like, VR. Like, that's unnecessary, in my opinion. But, like, being able to just, like, play almost an MMO with, like, you can just build your own Gundams, I think that would sell like hotcakes. Especially if they got really, like, intricate with the customizability. I think that would sell a lot of money. I'd pay for it. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised they haven't jumped on that. Because I feel like it's a... kind of an easy win when it comes to sales. Imagine a VR Gundam game, way ahead of you. I'm building a design doc for it. I've gone past the point of imagining one, and I'm designing it actively. It's not. It won't be a Gundam game because I don't want to have to deal with licensing, and I don't think I could make the story I want fit in the Gundam universe. Not in the way that would make any sense, but a game that would be very, very similar to it. Heavily inspired by things like Ace Combat. But if they did come up with a VR Gundam game, I'd be there. That would be awesome. Although it raises the question of how the fuck do you control Gundams in VR? Because their default control scheme doesn't make any sense. Because it's just control sticks forward for everything. I think in I think it was S Gundam. I don't remember. It was one of the manga. They basically explained that like all of the moves that Gundams make and the reason why their control schemes don't make any sense is because everything they do are macros. So like the pilot will just queue up a macro and the Gundam will do it itself. Which is interesting. What the hell? What class are you? Oh, Blue Mage. Ah, I see. That explains a lot. It's like, what moves are those? I've played every class in the game. I don't recognize that. But yeah, that'd be rad. I think really though, like Gundam just needs to get their shit together and like make a game that you can properly customize suits in. Like you could in Gundam Breaker 3. Gundam Breaker 3 was great. It wasn't perfect, but it was really good enough that you could get a proper experience out of it. And then they tried to reinvent the series with New Gundam Breaker and Gundam Breaker Mobile, and it's just awful. Just come up with Gundam Breaker 4 and stop fucking around. Give us a proper Gundam building experience. That's what they need to focus on. Beyond just making like another better game. Because they can't even get the basics down currently. Which is just shad. But it is what it is. God damn it. I thought I was going to disappear. And there's none left. I should have known better. This place doesn't have a lot of fates. But yeah, that's what they need to actually focus on is just the basics of Gundam building in a video game. After that, then they can worry about, you know, gameplay and advanced concepts like VR. Probably have to be 2 separate modes. So like general moves, you control the suit like a normal video game, but then to activate certain modes or abilities, you need to like be able to control one of your arms. You can reach over to the button that triggers your soldier mount Uber rail cannon. Most likely. But the fact that you can't control the arms in a 3D space is like part and parcel of the first problem. Because like walking around and moving, that's easy. But like if you want to swing a beam saber, like how do you do that with the joysticks? Other than just like press the button that makes like a melee macro happen. What makes more sense is that you would just control the arms in a 3D space with yourself. Right? And then you would do everything that you would normally do, but just on a larger scale. But of course, Gundam didn't do that. So now they've kind of screwed themselves when it comes to making a game like that in VR. Clerking, thank you, Mathami. VR games, you swing your arm. Well, yeah, but Gundam can't do that, is the problem. Because that doesn't make sense for their control scheme, because they've written themselves into a corner. Because everything is 2 joysticks, and pedals, and like other things. But you can't actually control the arm in a 3D movement. You have to, it's basically you playing a video game inside the cockpit, but you're in VR. It's kind of ass backwards. Because there have been other VR mech games. I've tried out a couple of them. One of them I think was like Archangel or something. I paid for the full game, which was like $20, so it wasn't that much money. But I still haven't actually played it. But that game, did I actually pay for it? Maybe I didn't. That game has the same idea of like you control your arms in a 3D space, but with a number of problems. First and foremost being you can't you can't disable that movement. So if you want to reach into the cockpit to do something, your mech will mirror that movement, which is bad. You can't let go of the control sticks, basically. Which is like fuck up number one. Fuck up number two is that everything is like Iron Man, so you don't actually have like a weapon that you control. You just have oh, there it goes. You just have like arm blasters, which is like, yeah, you're controlling two separate arms, but what's really the point? Because you're just pointing and shooting with your arms. What's the point of controlling a 3D space if you're not going to actually use it properly? Come on. There we go. So that was my big problem with that game. And there's another game I think that's fairly popular that I've seen, but I think that one's, it's more like Mech Warrior. It's more like a tank on legs, which is fine. That's not a bad thing, but it's not what I want. All right, Cloud Deck. Mark I Anti-Icon War Machina, the diamond weapon. Alright, let's find out what happened to Allie. Target is in sight. Pin it down with the salvo of missiles. That's so cool. Got detected. Returning fire. Familiar male voice. Oh, is Alphonse in there? Or is that Xenos? Because we never did find out what happened to Alphonse. Oh, that's rad. I love those cluster missiles. Oh, a little Itano Circus action? You think you're slick, Square Enix? You can't fool me. I saw those camera angles. God, diamond weapon looks cool. I've liked all the designs, but this one's absolutely my favorite. Alright, let's do it. Hola. Alright. Yep. I was right, it's Alphonse. Got it in one. Okay, that's raid damage, I think. Wait, that's not Allie. No, it can't be. The Overmind system is basically... Oh, we have another one of these? Oh, interesting. I think they put Alphonse in the Overmind and then used it on Allie when she went in. That's why it reacted to her tears. Oh, boy. Oh, shit. I just walked off. I didn't see the actual thing to like jump over, and I just walked off. Oops, Daisy. It's probably gonna be a while before the healers come back over here. It's like, let that idiot just stay there. There we go. Cool, 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 cool. Alright. Whew. That heal came in just in time. Photon burst, eh? Okay, I guess those people just separate themselves. Cool. Adam and Purge. Oh, Sapphire weapon, huh? Didn't actually see a lot of this. Oh, okay, come over here, please. Nope, we're going over there. What? I went right through it. What the hell? What happened there? Do you have to, like, interact with it? Is that the deal? Oh, you have to like stand on it. You can't run past it and have it trigger. Purging of armor. Oh boy. Oh Jesus. Huh. The true face of diamond weapon. I'm gonna be honest, I liked the original one way more. I mean, this ain't bad, but oh, I'm dead. Alright. We're doing great. What is this, death number 4? Oh, well, fuck. Kicking me when I'm down. Come on, man. Yeah, this is still cool, but I like the big mech form of a diamond weapon more than this. This all reminds me a lot of an Eva, though. From Evangelion. Okay. Okay. I can deal with that. Ari Doomstead, huh? I don't know what that was. Oh, it's following that person. Is it? No, it's... I thought it was a tether. It's not. That's ray damage. Pop that. Vertical cleave. Yep, center of this. Ooh, okay. A lot of knockback effects. Gotta pay attention. I don't know what that marker means. Is that a soak? Is that like a stack mechanic, but by a different name, or what? Oh, no, this was the safe one. Yeah, there we go. Alright, alright. This radar overheats, restoring armor. Oh, it has multiple forms. That's rad. Which marker? The red arrow with like the circle, the red circles around the person. Okay, it goes back and forth. That's pretty rad. I like that actually. I thought it was like a one-time thing. See if I can see it again. The new marker for a big tank buster. Ah, gotcha, okay. Nice to have, actually. Other than just having to know. Anti-stack marker. Got it. Alright. Oh, 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 okay. I didn't realize what was happening there. What was this? I didn't see what it was moving. Oh, okay, it was that. The reason I didn't see it because it wasn't on this side. Articulated bits. That's from Gundam. That's one of the names they use for those. It's either bits, funnels, dragoons. We got a lot of different names for those little drones. If you're too close to the tank, you will die or take 80% of your HP damage. I was looking at chat. Oops. Well, not looking good. I think that's a wipe. Alright, well. Yeah, we learned. We got to 50%. Alright, round 2. Make sure I don't get the... I think it's the protest. Looks like a lot of your party was looking at chat. Yeah. We actually lucked out, and every single one of these people that we're doing this with are actually also streaming. Crazy coincidence. Also, I love that this is like a remix of the Ultima theme. Like the second Ultima theme. The one that plays when the castrum is blown up. Alright, not safe. Alright. They don't have primal weapons for Reaper, do they? No, I think I checked. They haven't added those. Because I've seen some of the weaponry for these trials, and they do look pretty cool. I'd be interested in getting a scythe, if that were possible, because Reaper doesn't have a lot of options for weapon climbers right now. But, I think I already checked and they don't have any. Diamond Ram. Ooh, okay, that's ray damage. Gotcha. You guys go over there. I'm going to use all my meter all the time, because otherwise I will die with it, and it will be wasted. Okay, Sapphire Weapon. How did this work? Stack up. That's what it is. Nice collective unconsciousness. God bless astrologians. My favorite healer for a reason. Alright, here comes the dog form. Kind of reminds me, it looks like if like Blade Wolf from Metal Gear Rising Revengeance and like an Eva fused. Kind of what it reminds me of. Well, kind of weird that we have another G-Warrior. Was like in the back. And over here. Cool. Yeah, there you go. The anti-stack. Yep. You just wait. Range, pop this. Nice. I love having Crest of Time. It's a nice little, like, I know I'm about to take unavoidable damage, so let me reduce it a little bit. Oh, I don't know if I made it. Ooh, I did. Oh, that guy didn't. The other Reaper. Alright, this again. Here's fine. I think. Ooh, I hope so. Woo! Moving was probably a good choice. I think I was in the AoE before I moved. Also, I gotta say, Stormblood and On, I think they did in Stormblood and On. Thank God for them, like, making it so that LV3s are a more common occurrence than, like, regular content. I love seeing LV3s. And it adds, like, being able to have, like, a healer LV3 or a tank LV3 is really nice. I'm glad it's more, a more common thing. Okay. Keeping an eye on it. Keeping an eye on it. Oh, I'm gonna point it this way. Is he gonna follow me? Yep. Cool. Me and that guy killed each other. Neato. Didn't necessarily make it more common. Mobs die slower. True. But I feel like they upped the rate that you gain limit break gauge. Because, like, yeah, they definitely die slower, but you, like... I feel like even in Heaven's Word, in, like, the long trials and the long boss fights, it, like, you almost never saw an LB3. There are a couple instances where it's boosted, like Gunscape. Oh, that's true. Because I think it was, like, the Stormblood Alliance raid that I, like, noticed, like, oh... like, this is the first time I've seen an LB3 in an Alliance raid. Because I'd never seen it up until that point, I don't think. Here, let me grab that with you. A little bit of damage. Oh, I'm gonna stay right here. Excellent. Great time to use my raid buff because it will hit everybody, guaranteed. Actually, I didn't have custom time up cooldown for that. It's fine, we got healers right here. And spread out a little bit. Getting cleaved. Okay, Emerald Weapon, here we go. Oh, okay. Easy enough. Should use my crystal time on that. Oopsie. Tis fine, tis fine. I'm not gonna get cocky and use that LB3. I'll let someone else make that mistake. Ah, shit, this again. Keep running, my man. Okay, that chased him more than I thought. Ooh, that was not great. Yeah, you probably should have left to the other side. Didn't make it. Oh, and there goes the other healer. Oh, but the other healer's being rezzed. Oh, thank God. Sawyer Banks? Yeah, there you go. I was about to say, Healy LB3 would be great here. Good call, good call. Salvage the run. I didn't make it. Oh, I did. I thought the countdown was faster. Oh, fuck. Fine. Not that. I don't think I hit over that. I should have moved more to the center. Oh well. It's not a big deal. It's like, what, 3% damage? Yeah. Not a big deal. Yep, got everyone. Oh, I got there. 3%, 1%. Come on, baby. One, yeah, we got there. All right, second try. We had we almost screwed it up, but that was a good healer LB3. The containment field won't hold. Well, so much for that. You tried. GG. I will give it to Sawyer Binks. Because they did the LB3. That was a good call. Oh, okay, can't chain teleports. I was wondering what that was. Excellent. Just want to double check. Yeah, okay, don't have anything in there. Probably gonna skip my dailies tonight. And tomorrow. Not a big deal. Must reach the diamond weapon before the Imperials. We'll see about that. In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was expecting to find some sign of the 7th Legion here, but it would appear that the diamond weapon has already taken them out of the equation. I pray we are not too late. What are we looking for? She would be inside the mech. Oh, there we go. There she is. What's happening? Allie. She's not looking great. Ah, nice. Let me use my Reaper healing magics on her. Saved one of them, at the very least. Please take her back to the Turncliffe. I have some unfinished business to attend to. Don't you dare die on me. If you sacrifice yourself out here, I'm gonna be pissed off. Because you're really cool now. And I don't want you to die. Someone pop my crest of time. Don't die, guys. Don't you do it. Oh, I think I know what's happening. He's talking to Alphonse. Now, to learn what has become of Alphonse. If you've a score to settle, now's your chance. Show yourself. Oh no, someone is there. Oh, really? How did you survive? Come to gloat, have you guys? It's not over yet. These guys are like 30 feet away maximum. You certainly have an instinct for self-preservation. I would expect nothing less from the coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his ambitions. How dare you speak to me of ambitions? You were the one who stood in my way at every turn. If not for your meddling, the Empire would have been mine. Mine! Enough of your delusions of grandeur. Where's Alphonse? He doesn't know. Happy laugh, he doesn't know. Heh. Why, he's right in front of you. What? Once you hear the answer, you'll kick yourself for not realizing it sooner. You see, in all of the previous models, the combat data was either incomplete or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then, an idea struck me. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. Turns out that beloved boy of yours was quite brilliant. When he put his mind to it... By my ingenuity, he has been reborn as the core of the greatest machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valens von Varro could conceive such a marvel. I believe this is one of the plot points from Iron-Blooded Orphans. Season 2, specifically. And to think that Allie came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find he'd already become part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she's envisioned, but I'm sure she was grateful nonetheless. Oh, that might also explain why Overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister. A fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand disobedience. That such atrocities should continue unabated is proof of the rot that has spread through the Empire. Your crimes are an affront not only to Garlemald, but to all of mankind, and now, you will die. I mean, I can help a little bit. Huh? Oh, don't tell me. Have you forgotten, guys? I've seen your data. I know your every move. Such pitiful swordsmanship is a relic of the past, just like you. This fucker's cheating. Ah, we've seen this before. Not quite, actually. Oh no, we've seen this. Google didn't prepare me for this. Terminus est. Okay, amors. I love that he says his own signature move. But this wasn't in my data. Hell yeah. Get his ass. Oh, yep. You got him. Don't take your eye off the kill, please. Alphonse? Reactivating synthetic Orosite system. Oh boy. Ah, yeah, you know what? This is good. This is good. Goodbye. Attaboy. Oh no, you didn't crush him, you just grabbed him. Oh, you haven't crushed him yet. This can't be. How is it still functional? Removing memory inhibitors. Nice. Hello, you son of a bitch. What? You? Stop this at once, please. Let me go. Albert, no. Armed? Wait, no. Oh, we got to see, the girl, Minna something. Even the names of those sacrificed in your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption. Milisadia? Something like that? Who are you to judge me, Gaius? Do you remember the name of the tens of thousands of men and women and children killed for the sake of your conquests? I do not deny the blood spilled at my behest, nor will I run from my past. That is why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I committed from being repeated. No, stop. I beg you. This is good. I like this. You can't do this to me. I'm Valens van Varo. I'm better than Gaius. I'm better than all of them. It can't end this way. The balloon popping noise. Oh, oh no. Well. That was something. I also liked how it showed all of the test subjects, including that guy and his wife. Alphonse? Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. But this is not the end. I will see your dreams fulfilled. This I swear. I ask only that you, Melisandre, that was her name, Rickon and Rex, watch over me. Father, the memories stored on the diamond weapon. Give them to Ali. Yeah, you are not kidding. That was very cathartic. Watch over her, in my stead. Father, I cannot go on like this. Please. Oh, this is depressing. I understand. Thank you. I am proud to call myself your son. Oh, man. That sucks. Had to be done. Wow. I see. We will remain here until further notice. I'm glad Gaius didn't die. I would have been pretty upset if he died. That was Gaius. Valens von Varo and the Weapon Project are no more. Seizing the opportunity, the Werlyt revolutionaries have taken control of the city. Though they still suffered considerable losses, they have at last gained their freedom. And even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all we've ever known. We might never be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. I happen to be an expert on this subject matter. While there is hope for those who have survived this ordeal, nothing can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void in me that can never be filled. And the years since I have struggled to find a purpose, a reason to keep on living. It is the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are gone forever. That's heavy stuff. Fucking good, though. Really, really good. Nope, one more. Over at your side. Oh, there it is. I figured we'd be getting like a figurine of that or something. Recent events in Werlyt have had a profound impact on the lives of many people, but none more so than Ali. He's been in a state of shock ever since she returned. We've even called in Sid to see if we can ascertain what the problem might be. You see, there's a strong possibility that the diamond weapon itself is what's caused Ali to close herself off like this. But for the time being, all we can do is wait. There was one other thing. Avelina came by looking for you earlier, so perhaps you could go and see her. Okay, where is she? Where she was before? Yields. Alright. Oh, you made the monument. Nice. Thank you for coming to meet me. I'm glad you're none the worse for your experiences. Debatable. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. Thanks to the Alamegan resistance, the monument to the fallen is complete. While they may no longer be with us, we will never forget them. This way, they'll always be part of Turncliffe, and future generations will be reminded of the sacrifices that were made. You were always so kind to me, now it's my turn to do the same for others. That'd be a good time to return to Severa. Okay. I guess we'll just leave her be. Nice to see that the monument was completed. Alright, well, let's see if we can't wrap things up with the alley situation. Because that's a concern. I hope all is well with Avelina. Actually, while you were speaking with her, I received word that Gaius will be here soon. Okay, then we will just wait for him. Usually that just teleports me into a cutscene. I don't know why I had to physically wait for him that time. Hey buddy, how's it going? I wish to see Ali. Would you send for her? Alright, I said. And Ali? That was fast. Like, was she ready to go? Like, hiding behind a pillar? Ali. Ooh, that's not good. Does she even recognize me? At first we thought the weapon's influence had caused this, but it seems there's more to it than that. The Kyurgians say that this is most likely the result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred, perhaps irrevocably. Got another Goo-Boo situation. She boarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valens had used the synthetic aurosite system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. Yeah, that's pretty rough. Why does it look like she's wearing her shirt backwards? Like this is the front of the shirt and this is the collar? Interesting design. Then, when she boarded the diamond weapon, she finally learned the horrible truth. I've never heard of anything so cruel. Just a moment. In each of the previous cases, pilots became fused with the weapon's core. So how was Ali able to escape a similar fate? That's one of the many things we're still looking into. Alphonse protected her. There is no need. I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept her safe. Yep. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son. All they wanted was a place to call home where they could live in peace, but after all the pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward? No, this is not the end of their story. I taught them the strong must lead the weak, but absolute power corrupts absolutely, and those who have suffered at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. Alphonse dreamed of a land without oppressors and the oppressed, where all may live as equals. Thanks to his sacrifice and that of his siblings, the cornerstones of such a nation have been laid. Melisandre, Rickon, Rex, Alphonse, and Ali. We risked everything to win the freedom of Werlyt. And now it has come to pass. I will see that their ideals are upheld. This I swear, as their father. The long and arduous process of rebuilding Werlyt has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Ali and Severa would be proud to call home. For so long, all that kept me alive was hate. The time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I'll only regret it if I don't, and while nothing I can do to bring back... nothing I do can bring back the ones I've lost, I owe it to them to make the most of the life I've been given. Times change, people change, and it's just as well. We inventors would soon find ourselves out of work if everything stayed the same. If you've a need for my creations, just say the word. You know, guys, I could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years. What would be the point? What's done is done. There is one thing, though. If anyone can get through to Allie, it's you. She looks up to you the same way I did as a boy. Yes, don't give up on her. You and Alize would have a lot to talk about. For all my life, I've been searching for my place in the world. Everywhere I went, I was always on the outside looking in. But I've realized if we can't find one, we just have to make it ourselves. That's what I learned from Gaius' children. Despite everything, they never gave up, and neither will I. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius' side. I follow him and see where this journey leads. And before I leave, I want to tell you how grateful I am that you chose to stand by us until the end. I hope we meet again someday. I'm sure we will. All this time, I've been trying to convince myself that Gaius was every bit the villain I'd imagined him to be. The ruthless subjugator of nations, evil made flesh. And while many who fight under the banner of Garlemald are all that and worse, I realize now that Gaius was driven by his own notions of right and wrong, misguided as they were. Since then, he has turned his back on the Empire and its hateful doctrine. His guilt and anguish only strengthen his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance, to set right the wrongs he had committed, to become the man his children believed him to be. I was a father once, a husband. In many ways, I still am, and even though they're no longer with me, I want to be someone they would be proud of. Now, I too have been given a chance to make a difference, in a land far, far, far from home. I'll never forget my past, but neither will I be beholden to it. When I meet the people of Werlyt, I'll be sure to tell the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them the strength to face the struggles ahead. Pray, go in peace, my friend. Seeing Gaius tilt his head way down is weird. Though we were brought together under strange circumstances, Voltalin, Severa, and I will continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future. We have been through quite the ride together, guys. Well, here they are. And who might these charming young men be? They were found in the 7th Legion's headquarters in one of the few areas that escaped unscathed during the following the Diamond Weapons Rampage. Perhaps that was Alphonse's intention. Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. Yeah, he sees the third eye and he was like, yeah, fat chance. That thing on your forehead. My name is Gaius Belsar, and like Valens von Varo, I was once a legatus of the Garlean Empire. Though I believed I was fighting for a just cause, my conquests came at a terrible cost. Pray forgive me. I do not mean to scare you. If you would lend me your ears, I have a story to tell. They don't have a lot of other choices, so... A group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourselves, stood up to protect their people from the tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had, and finally victory was theirs, but it came at a terrible price. As their father, I struggled to come to terms with their sacrifice, and yet they have entrusted the future to me, and I will stop at nothing to see their dream fulfilled. Even so, there's only so much one old soldier can achieve by himself. I would be honored to have your support in the days to come. At ease, lads. He's not as scary as he looks. And if he steps out of line, he'll have me to answer to. And also me, and I'm the scarier one. Though I appreciate the attempt. Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the castrum, they may have been injured while fleeing. Have the Kyorigians look them over and find them place for them to stay. Oh boy. Still planning on making an orphanage, you guys? You have the clientele. It seems the time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. Great thematic timing on the sunrise there. I myself can scarcely believe that we were once bitter adversaries, while my encounters with you have led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. What is strength? What is weakness? If those who grasp the reins of power are said to be the strong, then those who lack such power must therefore be the weak. For better or worse, however, we are far more complex creatures than that. I see now that true strength is not granted by others, but resides within us. Strength of character, of spirit, of resolve. Therein lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression, to overcome any adversity, to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. That is the strength you possess. May it never leave you. Hell yeah. It seems I will have to summon all the resolve I can muster if I am to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing the independent governance of Werlyt is underway, and I will do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of and more. For the immediate future, we shall continue to work closely with the Alamegan resistance, whose role in the revolution cannot be understated. That reminds me, if you are passing by Porta Praetoria, the soldiers stationed there wish to hear your version of events. Please give them my regards. I hope that until that when our paths cross again, I will have glad tidings to share with you. Until next we meet. Hell yeah. Dude, what is it with Shadowbringers and bringing back old characters from A Realm Reborn and making them so much better? That's twice now they've done it. First was Grihatia, and now it's Gaius. Dude, that trial series was so fucking good. As far as gameplay goes, I think the Stormblood ones still came out on top. Not that I did enjoy this one, but writing, wow. That was fantastic. Welcome back, Lance. Congratulations on another hard-earned victory. Ever since we first heard the news, I've been dying to hear exactly how it all unfolded. So, what can you tell me of this diamond weapon? Oh boy. There's a lot. How much time do you have? That's the proper reaction. Why, Ralger's beard. Even for the Empire, this must be a new low. Those poor orphans. I can only pray that the citizens of Werlyt are able to enjoy the freedom that Gaius's wards gave their lives for. At the very least, we need no longer live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the Weapon Project. I shall add your account to our official report. But in the end of the projection, unironically made me shed tears. That part was awesome. So good. Finally, on behalf of the Alamegan Resistance and the whole of Eorzea, for that matter, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. And I think that's it. Unless we get another cutscene. Oh, we're getting another cutscene. Oh, fuck. That looks like a thermal detonator from Star Wars.
Looks like you're going to the Shadow Realm.
Penramlock.
Did you make a slight spoiler? That's fine. Have fun in the Shadow Realm. See you next time. Oh, is this the first time they met? What? Oh, man. It's all the memories of the people who were part of the weapon project who died. And she's got to be careful with that salute. She could take somebody's head off. Oh wow, even that guy from Cape Westwind. That's a callback. Projections from within the synthetic aura site. These are his memories, their memories. I don't want to live in a world without you. That's why I'm going with you. No, not yet, Allie. Now is not your time. Father still needs you. Please take care of him in our place. And if you're worried about Alphonse, don't be. He's got us for company. We want you to see this new world for yourself. We will forever be at your side, Allie. I'm the only one left. But I'll never be alone. Thematic sunrise. Father! That's good. Okay, the doves might have been Slightly on the nose, but I'll forgive it. Maybe a little bit anvilicious. Finn. Wow, that was really good. I got choked up. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty choked up. That was fantastic. What a fantastic, like, I'm so glad that they decided to put that much effort into the writing of, like, just the trial series. Because before it'd been like, there was definitely some effort put into it, but there wasn't really like a very emotional storyline. This one doubled down. This one went hard, and I really appreciate that. Also, the fact that Gaius got, like, sort of a redemption. Not sort of, he did get a redemption, like, straight up. Really, really well done. And it's not like the story gave him that redemption out of nowhere. He's fucking suffered bad for that redemption. Like, he lost almost everything for that redemption. Of the few things he cares deeply about, he lost almost all of it. So, yeah, that was really, really well done. Definitely one of the best story aspects or one of the best storylines of FF14 so far. Really, really well done. And the fact that they can make just that that quality of a narrative in what? Like, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. We definitely did not have that much content as part of the trial series. Like, we probably spent like an hour and a half in queue. So drop that down to 3 hours. And then knock off the time it took for the trials, which was probably, I'd say it took about 10 minutes per trial. So knock another 40 minutes off of that. So like 2 hours and 20 minutes, like as far as like a game time story. Fantastic. They wasted no time. There were no wasted scenes. All of the characters served a purpose. Like, it's just very efficient quality writing, which I respect a lot, because a lot of times when it comes to this game, especially in like a Realm Reborn, the game will like show you scenes and give you dialogue that isn't really necessary for the plot. It's just sort of, at times, reinforcement to what you already know, what you've already experienced. That was a big problem in A Realm Reborn. Significantly less of a problem from Heavensward and on. But that's, I think, one of the big problems with A Realm Reborn is that the writing is inefficient. It spends a lot of time on things it doesn't need to. And as a result, the story suffers as a whole. Because pacing is important. It's arguably one of the most important parts of writing. If you have a really good story but you pace improperly, you'll fuck it up. But yeah, this is a fantastic example of pacing in game narrative, because they wasted almost no time that I can think of. Everything that it presented to you and every character that it presented to you all mattered for the resolution of the storyline. So yeah, fantastic. I don't think I got that choked up at the ending of Stormblood, and that took a lot longer than this trial series. So you can tell that this was definitely some quality stuff. That being said, it is 1:30, so I'm going to be wrapping up the stream. Tomorrow, we have nothing else stopping us from continuing the Shadowbringers MSQ. We're going to be going through the MSQ until we can access the rest of the normal raid. I'll have to double check exactly where we have to get to, but we'll go until we unlock it, and then we'll do the normal raid, and then from that it's a straight shot to Endwalker, which is very exciting. So let's go ahead and move over. Okay, so, and I've still haven't fixed the chat. It was fixed and then it unfixed itself. I don't know what to do. Anyways, for those of you who stopped by today, everybody was in the chat, everybody was lurking. Thanks for watching. Today's been another fantastic day of FF14. Tomorrow, as I mentioned, we will be continuing FF14. We'll be doing more of the Shadowbringers MSQ. We'll be doing 5.2. Excuse me. And then we'll be, like I said, going until we unlock the rest of the normal raid. Ooh, excuse me. I'm gassy all of a sudden. But yeah, after tomorrow, I won't be streaming again until Tuesday. On Sunday, I think Bartholomew might be streaming. I think he's still deciding, but in any case, on Monday, both him and Nobody are streaming. So there is links to them. Nobody will be continuing his Hollow Knight run in the afternoon on Monday, and Bartholomew will be playing more Honkai in the evening. And then we'll be back with more FF14 on Tuesday. If you want alerts for any of the streams I just mentioned, please join the Discord. That is the best place to get notified of when streams go live, as well as to interact with the community and get in touch with us. It's the best place to do all of those things. Beyond that, I think that's pretty much it. I know I said I was thinking about maybe doing some like grinding in either this or like Monster Hunter, but I think I'm just gonna relax because we've been going for 5.5 hours. A lot of talking, a lot of story-heavy content. We had some good chats. We talked about Gundam and manga and anime, so I'm satisfied. Today was a good day. In the meantime, though, we gotta send you somewhere because that's just how Twitch works, baby. Let's see who's online. As my computer freaks out because I switched windows. Let's see. It is later than usual. I think Rez should still be going. Ooh. Enemy Pup is streaming again, though. And we haven't raided Enemy Pup in a while since they haven't been online. I think we'll go and say hi to Enemy Pup. We raided Rez yesterday, and he'll be going for probably until tomorrow anyways. He's doing a 60+ hour stream, which is bananas. And it's been a while since we've been able to give some love to Enemy Pup. Or to Stray, as they are also known. Ooh, they're in the DLC area. That's fun. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and raid them, I think. Spread the love. Alright. Let's go ahead and see if I can't get the fucking raid command to work this time. Raid Enemy Pup. Hey, it worked first try this time. I don't know why I was finicky yesterday. So, go say hi to Enemy Pup. They are a great streamer, friend of Crudberry's. And any friend of Crudberry is A-okay in my book. And we've raided them before. They're a great time. They're playing Dark Souls 3. Just a easy, casual playthrough. Nothing too complicated. And it'll be a good time. So, once again, thanks everybody for watching. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow. But in the meantime, have fun. Bye-bye.